Good morning. I would like to say good morning to the people that are here attending in person, and good evening to all the people that are currently live streaming across Europe and Asia. Thank you very much for attending the first workshop on AI, big data, and policy. So we're very welcome to have everybody here both in person and online. I'd like to note that the event has been sponsored by the Georgetown Center for Business and Public Policy, KIET, which is the Korean Institute of Industry, Economics, and Trade, and the World Bank. The overall objective of the event today is to create a forum for knowledge spillover across the major key stakeholders of artificial intelligence. That includes academia, policymakers, and industry experts. So the idea here is to share knowledge across these key stakeholders and to learn from one another. And we think that's notably important in a current state where we have lots of uncertainty around the advances of these technologies and around the extent to which they're going to lead to disruptive effects, both inside the economy and for society. So we welcome those online and also those in person. We would like to remind everybody that there will be Q&A sessions at the end of each talk. We'll have to be quite strict with the time, so we ask that you don't ask questions during the presentation, but you hold it at the end. I would like to thank as well for the event my co-organizer, Jonathan Timmis from the World Bank, who's a great colleague and a great friend. And I'd also like to thank Andrea Moretti and Caroline DeRover, who have given us unspeakable and very helpful support for this event. I would also like to invite our keynote, which is Avi Goldfarb. I've personally been following Avi's work for a very long time, and it's influenced a lot of the work that I do today. Avi Goldfarb is a professor at the University of Toronto. He's the Rotman Chair of AI and Healthcare. He's published scores of papers on the effects of digital technology in the economy, and more recently, he's dedicated probably one of the earlier researchers looking at the effects of artificial intelligence in the economy. Not only that, he's a best-selling author, and he's recently published a book called Power of Prediction. So we're very happy to welcome Avi today. He will be speaking for 40 minutes, and then we'll follow up with Q&A afterwards. Thank you very much, Avi.
Thank you. Okay. Here's the marketing. Okay. There is no shortage of hype around discussions of artificial intelligence. If you've been paying attention, I should have updated these based on yesterday. Down the road, maybe this is going to be a multi-trillion-dollar industry that's going to transform the world, and maybe in the process, we're going to lose our human autonomy. Daniel Kahneman said, clearly AI is going to win, and how we humans, how people adjust, is a fascinating problem. Now, Daniel Kahneman, I guess you guys know this in this room, right? He's the only psychologist to win the Nobel Prize in economics. It's a fascinating problem if you've already won the Nobel Prize, but for the rest of us, it's a little bit terrifying, right? So if the machine's going to win, what does that mean? What does that mean for the future of work? What does that mean for what's left for our organizations and our day-to-day lives? Frankly, I think underlying the hype, like on the positive and the negative, is a lot of confusion about what we're talking about when we're talking about artificial intelligence. Even yesterday, if you were watching the proceedings, you got a sense that there was this underlying anxiety that we're going to be in a science fiction world of machines that can do everything we can do. That may happen, and actually maybe there's good reasons to be thinking about that and regulating that. But that's not the technology we have today. We are not in a world of artificial general intelligence. We're not in a world of machines that we've seen in science fiction that can do everything we can do and that may or may not take over the world. What has driven the recent excitement in artificial intelligence is a very particular suite of technologies, deep learning and machine learning, that have gotten much, much, much better. What is that? It's computational statistics. That's it. Now, if we called our book Power and Prediction: The Disruptive Economics of Computational Stats, it would not have been a bestseller. But underlying it, maybe there wouldn't have been congressional meetings either, but underlying it is just prediction technology. Prediction in the statistical sense, the way we understand as economists, using information we have to generate information you don't have. That technology has gotten much better, faster, and cheaper. And so our first book came out in 2018 and suggested we're on the cusp of this massive drop in the cost of prediction. And for those of you who teach Econ 101, at least the micro version, you know the very first thing you teach is that demand curves slope downward. If demand curves slope downward, that means when the price of something falls, we do it more. And so as predictions getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, we're going to be doing more and more and more prediction. Simple economics. And so what's happened is exactly that. We've started to see machine prediction in more and more parts of the economy. It started with the classic prediction problems. Maybe the classic business problem is whether someone's going to pay back their loan. And increasingly, we're using machine learning tools. Instead of some loan officer at the bank who might look you up and down and decide whether they're going to pay them back, we're using these machine learning tools to predict whether they're going to pay back your loan. In the insurance industry, they've also embraced machine learning tools. They've also embraced AI for underwriting, because they're in the business of pricing risk. They're in the business of prediction. And increasingly, it makes sense to use prediction machines to help them do that better. But as prediction's getting cheaper, we're starting to realize there's some things that we may not have thought of as prediction that can be reframed as prediction problems. So facial recognition, or recognizing a cat on the internet. How does that happen? Well, your eyes take in these light signals and they fill in the missing information of a label and a context. And as machine learning has gotten better, we've realized from an engineering point of view, it is possible to solve that with machine prediction. Medical diagnosis, also prediction. What does your doctor do when they diagnose you? They take in data about your symptoms, and they fill in the missing information of the cause of those symptoms. That's prediction. Now, we've also started to realize a whole bunch of other applications are prediction. So lesson number one, point number one, when you hear AI today, don't think science fiction, think prediction machines. Today's AI is prediction technology, and the things you learned in your econometrics class apply at scale in terms of how to use it and what might go wrong. OpenAI, their tools are also prediction machines. What ChatGPT is doing is effectively predicting the set of words and the order of those words in response to a particular query. It is a statistical engine. It's just an amazing one. We didn't used to think of writing as a prediction task, but it turns out as machines' predictions getting cheaper, we can reframe writing as a prediction task. Similarly, image generation. If you ask DALL-E for an image of an astronaut on a horse in the style of Andy Warhol, it will give you an astronaut on a horse in the style of Andy Warhol. Now, it's not that there was an image like that in the database. There was data on people on horses, there was data on astronauts, and there was data on what the style of Andy Warhol meant, and it predicted what the combination of those three things would be and provides that kind of an image. So as we're seeing machine prediction in more and more parts of the economy, we're starting to think, well, this could be really transformative. This technology might change the way we live and the way we work. And so let's look at these other technologies that transform the way that we lived and the way we worked and think about, wow, electricity is everywhere. We couldn't really live the lives we live today without electricity. And so maybe AI is the next electricity. And that's why yesterday we talked about needing a regulatory body and a whole bunch of resources and attention to managing that transformation. What does that mean? What does it mean for prediction technology to change the way an organization operates? Imagine that you have a dial on the prediction. The predictions are pretty good today, and they're going to get better and better and better and better over time. At some point, the predictions are good enough that the organization can do things entirely differently. So walk through an example of a prediction that we're all kind of familiar with, Amazon's predictions about what you're going to buy. Okay? As far as I can tell, this is a recommendation engine. They write something like 1 out of every 20 times. That's extraordinary, right? They have hundreds of millions of items in their catalog, and they make a recommendation to you, and they're right 1 out of every 20 times. So for every 20 they recommend, you're going to buy one. It's extraordinary, but it hasn't changed their business model. 20 years ago, their workflow was effectively the same, right? So you'd go to their website, they'd make a recommendation to you. They'd recommend the same thing to all of you. 20 years ago, everybody would have been recommended the Da Vinci Code. That was their #1 seller. Okay. And so you were recommended the Da Vinci Code, you decide whether you want to listen to that recommendation or not. You go to the rest of their catalog, you make a purchase, and then they send that information to the warehouse, they ship it to your door. Now, imagine turning that dial up. And so instead of this current model of you shop on their website, they're a catalog company, like Sears was 100 years ago. A good catalog company, but a catalog company. That instead of 5% accurate, they're 10, 20, 30, 50, 70. At some point, they're going to be able to do things differently. They're going to be able to, instead of waiting for you to order, they're going to have a good enough sense of what you want. They'll just ship boxes to your door. And they don't have to be right about everything. They just have to be right about enough things that it's worth it for them to deal with the infrastructure for returns for the things you don't want. Now, they may or may not do this, but they've thought about it. Here's a patent for Amazon for anticipatory package shipping. It is something they are working on. But then if you look a little closer at the patent, something's wrong. That patent is from a decade ago. And here we are a decade later, and we're not getting these packages shipped to our door. Well, what went wrong? More generally, the vast majority of US companies have not adopted AI, even today. And of those that have adopted, relatively recently, the vast majority of those said they hadn't seen a return. How can we reconcile that with the idea that AI is the new electricity? Well, a group of economists, you may know a little bit about Paul David and Warren Devine Jr. and the history of electricity. So here's a little bit about the history of electricity. Edison's patent was the 1880s for the light bulb. Tesla's patent for your alternating current electric motor, 1890. It was clear if you were paying attention in the 1880s that electricity was going to be a big deal and change the way we lived and worked. But it wasn't until the 1920s, 40 years later, that the median household and the median factory in the US were electrified. It took 40 years from we all said, hey, this technology is going to change the way we operate, till it affected most people at home and at work. Well, what took so long? This is what a factory might have looked like in the 1880s. It's not a picture, it's not a photograph, it's a drawing. But what you can see in the drawing is everything's connected by these belts to a central steam engine. The factory was powered by the steam engine, and the logic of the factory, the microgeography of the factory, the workflow was determined by the power needs of the machines. What do I mean by that? Well, if you remember your high school physics, energy dissipates with distance. And so you want the machines that are the most power hungry to be as close as possible to the power source. And so that's how the factory was designed. Then electricity came along, and it was maybe cheaper than steam in some cases, maybe cheaper than water in some cases. And a handful of entrepreneurs and factory owners said, you know what? We can take out our steam engine, drop in an electric motor in the exact same point in the factory, and save 5, 10, maybe even 15% on our energy costs. And they did. But for the most part, that wasn't worth it. To save a little bit on your energy costs, it wasn't worth it to take out your steam engine, drop in the electric motor, figure out how to get electricity into the factory, deal with the fireproofing that is necessary if you have now electrified your entire factory. It just wasn't worth the bother. And so they didn't. And by 1900, less than 5% of US factories had adopted electricity. 20 years after the light bulb patent. Now, around 1900, some people started to realize that electricity wasn't just cheap power. Electricity is distributed power. It allows you to decouple the power source from the machine. And once you've decoupled the power source from the machine, you can build a new kind of factory. And that's what Henry Ford and others discovered, which is that electricity means a different kind of factory. It means the logic of production can be determined by the logic of production. What do I mean by that? Inputs in one end, outputs out the other, modular production process. You don't have to worry about where the machines are according to the power source. You just figure out what's the most efficient way to get from inputs to outputs. That led to the quintessential 20th century factory, and that led to a change in the trajectory of adoption, and over time a massive increase in the use of electricity in factories. Similar things were happening in homes in terms of the redesign of how we live at home. This is Warren Devine Jr.'s Journal of Economic History paper, and then reinterpreted by Paul David to say, hey, maybe that's happening with the computer. That's what he said in 1990. Eric Brynjolfsson, Daniel Rock, and Chet Syverson said, hey, maybe that's happening with AI, okay, in chapter 1 of our Economics of AI conference volume. So we're in these between times, right? Feels like we're in the 1890s. We can see the potential of the technology, but we haven't quite figured out what the organization of the future looks like. And so when we look at the vast majority of the AIs we've seen today deployed in businesses, they're not about reorganizing how you operate. They're point solutions. They're like taking out the steam engine, dropping an electric motor at the exact same point without messing with the workflow. And then the upside is necessarily limited to doing things a little bit more efficiently. So you think about predicting whether people are going to pay back their loans. Well, instead of some human process, you're dropping in a machine process and you're making it incrementally better. Amazon's recommendation engine, rather than saying, hey, everybody just buy the most popular product, we have some targeted things to different people. It makes things a little bit better, a little bit more efficient, but it doesn't really transform the way we do business. And that's how we can start to understand, even among those who have adopted machine learning tools, who have adopted prediction machines, that the payoff remains pretty limited. So much of the time what they're doing is identifying an existing prediction within their workflow, taking out some human process and making that, adding in a machine at the same point and making it 5, 10, 15% more efficient. And the potential upside is inherently limited. But the transformational opportunities for AI are doing more than the same thing a little bit better. They're about developing system-level solutions, rethinking how you can deliver value and how you can operate. So what makes AI different from electricity or computing or whatever other general purpose technology you might be thinking about? AI is useful. Predictions are useful because they help you make decisions. And it's decision making that's a big deal. Not the prediction, but the decision. In fact, if someone gives you a prediction but doesn't know what decision it's supporting, the prediction is useless. Predictions help you make better decisions. Right now, when you make a decision, though, you have a prediction that happens in your head, and you have what we call judgment, knowing which predictions to make and what to do with them once you have them also. And those things are combined when you decide what to do. What AI does is it decouples the prediction from the rest of the decision. So we now have a machine providing a prediction, but a human decision. In order to unpack what this means, I'd like to go back to science fiction. I don't know if you've seen the movie I, Robot. Some of you maybe not. It's a fine movie, but it's excellent science fiction. Okay? And here's what makes it excellent science fiction. So there's this flashback scene. Will Smith is the protagonist, and he hates robots. Okay? And there's this flashback scene about why he hates robots. He and this little girl are in a car accident, and they start sinking into a river, and it's pretty clear they're both about to drown. And then a robot comes along and saves him and not the girl. And that's why he hates robots. Now, okay, science fiction admittedly, but because it was a machine, he could audit it. He could figure out, well, why did the robot save me and not the girl? And it turned out the robot predicted that he had a 45% chance of survival. And the girl had an 11% chance of survival, and that's why the robot saved him and not the girl. Predictions, 45 versus 11. But then Will Smith says, but 11% was more than enough, and a human being would have known that. Well, that's not the prediction, that's judgment. That's knowing what we value. And in an era of prediction machines, that remains inherently human. Some team of engineers, fictional engineers in this case, programmed that robot some time ago to say a life is a life. That's the judgment encoded in the machine that drives the decisions the machines make. It's not really a machine decision, it's a machine prediction, 45 versus 11. And then there's some team of engineers, some team of humans who said a life is a life, and when deciding, you go with the 45 over the 11. Now, outside of science fiction, we're starting to see headlines suggesting machines are going to decide whether we get jobs and whether we keep jobs. Machines are going to predict who is going to succeed based on some criteria that humans input into the machine and based on some other criteria on defining whether it's above some threshold of what success means. So when you hear headlines like Amazon automatically tracks and fires warehouse workers for productivity, which was a headline from a few years ago, or more recently, AI is starting to pick who gets laid off, that's not the right way to think about it. The right way to think about it is AI is enabling a centralization of the decision rights on who gets to be hired and who gets laid off. It's a power change within the company, because instead of individual HR managers in every warehouse or on the ground deciding on performance reviews and who to bring in and who to let go, it's presumably a team at headquarters who says, you know what, this is how we define success in our organization. This is the metric we can use. And if somebody is above or below some threshold, then we're going to define that threshold. We're going to tell the machine how to build that threshold, how to generate that threshold, and then we'll have the machine automatically send a note saying, at least according to these stories, you're going to be let go. Now, the emphasis there, it's not that humans are empowering machines. It's that machines are empowering some humans over others. What AI does is it decouples the prediction from the judgment, which can enable different people to make decisions. It's not always so dark about a centralization of power. Sometimes it works in the other way. Okay. So I don't know if you remember a few years ago in Flint, Michigan, there was this water crisis, and you don't want lead in your water, and about 20% of houses in Flint had lead pipes. And so the city got some funding and set about trying to replace the lead pipes that existed with pipes without lead. Now, the problem was there were no records of which pipes had lead and which pipes were copper. And so without records, they essentially, to figure out if your house had lead pipes into it, they had to dig it up. At that point, it was pretty easy to replace, but it cost time and money. And so these two professors at the University of Michigan said, you know what, this is a machine learning problem. Right? This is an AI problem. We can predict which houses have lead pipes. And they built a prediction machine, and that prediction machine was great. So instead of only being right 1 out of 5 times, which was the base rate in the city, they were right 4 out of 5 times. So 4 out of 5 times they told the contractors to dig, that contractor found lead pipes. And it was fantastic, and thousands of people drank safe water faster than they otherwise would have. But the story didn't quite end there. What happened was some people in the city said, well, wait, how come the people the street over, they're getting their pipes dug up, and my pipes aren't dug up? That doesn't seem fair. I want to be reassured that I don't have lead pipes. And it turned out many of those people were voters. And they were the people, and they started complaining to their city councilors and saying, hey, city councilor, I voted for you. How come we have this unfair system listening to these eggheads at the University of Michigan? We should be starting house by house, street by street, systematically in Flint, Michigan, with my house. And the city council said, hey, you know what? Why are we listening to these eggheads at the University of Michigan? You're right. We should be doing something more systematic, starting with the people who are most worried about it and talking to me. And that's what happened. The city councilor said, wait, this AI that's helping all these people who have lead pipes, who have older, less expensive houses, effectively, forget that. Let's take the power back and go systematically wherever we want. And the success rate plummeted from 80% to 20%. But the story didn't end there either, because the judgment here is clear. When the prediction and the judgment were combined in your head, hey, we don't really know which pipes have lead, well, let's go systematically to these houses and then these houses, fine. But once you have a good prediction, it's clear what the wrong call is. And once it's clear what the wrong call is, some people from the city sued, and the courts decided with them and said, no, you actually have to listen. It is the law in Flint, Michigan, to listen to those professors' algorithm. And then they built it into a company, and it's now in dozens of cities around the country and around the world. It's a change in power from the city councilors to the people who ultimately were drinking unsafe water because of AI. All through this decoupling. Now, this is suggestive of one of the biggest sources of resistance to adoption of new technology generally and to organizational change, and that we've seen sort of with AI. So a lot of what you hear is we shouldn't be using machines because the machines are biased. Okay, that's a common theme. It was part of the what we heard yesterday, and absolutely we should be worried about biased machines. Okay, but what's nice about biased machines is we can audit them and figure out they're biased. The real resistance might come from those who benefit from the current system. Give me an example. So I guess I'm in the United States. I don't have to explain how baseball works. But if you think about it, it's kind of crazy what we ask human umpires to do in baseball. Okay, so there's this piece of wood on the ground. It's like this big. And there's a ball that's about this big going 95 miles an hour. Okay. And a human has to say hundreds of times over the course of 3 hours whether this ball going 95 miles an hour is on top of a piece of wood about this big and between somebody's shoulders and their knees. And every 5 minutes, the height changes, and so it's different height between shoulders and knees. That's insane that we're asking any humans to do that. That is not a human task. And it turns out human umpires are pretty good at it, and so the game works. Okay. But about 20 years ago, Major League Baseball realized, well, the humans aren't that good at it, and they make mistakes, and a machine could probably do better. And they tested out a new system with a machine calling balls and strikes. And the system worked. It was, under objective measures, better at calling balls and strikes than the human umpires. The umpires didn't like it, but that wasn't going to be the main factor in Major League Baseball's decision. But it turned out the star players didn't like it either. Why? Well, Barry Bonds was the best hitter in the league at the time, and he hated this system. Why did he hate this system? With human umpires, if Barry Bonds didn't swing, the umpire called it a ball. He was the best hitter in the game. Who am I as an umpire to say whether it's a ball or strike? Clearly it's a ball because he didn't swing. Okay? Not quite that way, but the umpires were very clearly biased in favor of the star players, the star hitters, and the star pitchers. And when we went to a fair system, the superstars, Barry Bonds on the hitter side and Curt Schilling on the pitcher side, they did worse, and they didn't like it, and they complained. Curt Schilling actually took a baseball bat to one of these cameras and destroyed it. Okay, and Major League Baseball ended the experiment. The people in power, the people who controlled decisions in Major League Baseball, the most important people in the game, didn't like the fair system, and they were the ones who resisted the automation. More generally, there's this challenge in using prediction tools there's this narrative in using prediction tools that we shouldn't use prediction tools, prediction machines, because they're going to be biased. But then you got to take a step back. And Sendhil Mullainathan pointed out, well, why are the machines biased? The machines biased are biased because humans are biased. They're trained on human data. And so the idea that we should drop the machine and stick to the human kind of misses the counterfactual. Marzi Kassemi, who's a computer scientist at MIT, says it's not that I believe so much in machines, but humans are awful. And so like we got to be able to do better than that. So like Sendhil, as an example, so he ran the resume experiment, famous resume experiment from about 20 years. Wow, there's a lot going on about 20 years ago. With Emily and Greg versus Lakeisha and Jamal, and he sent resumes to a bunch of potential employers, and changed the names on those resumes randomly, and it turned out Emily and Greg got more callbacks. Okay, and so that proved discrimination in the workplace. That study took hundreds of hours, thousands and thousands of dollars, and even after the fact, they didn't know which employers were discriminating. They just knew that some employers were discriminating. Fast forward 15 years, he does another study of looking for discrimination in algorithms, and it takes him a 2-hour simulation, and he figures out, hey, that machine is discriminating, and then they figured out how to improve it. Right? Much more straightforward, simple, not just, so he knew it took a lot less time, a lot less effort, and it was improvable. Underlying this is just this recognition that what are the machines for? They're useful for decision making by decoupling the prediction from the rest of the decision. And a lot of the resistance is going to come from this change in power. Right? When new people are making decisions, new people have control over decisions, and that presents opportunity. But the people who used to be doing well might not like it so much. Now, the last thing to be thinking about, at least in the course of this first hour of this conference, is should you worry? Should you worry about your job? Should you worry about your organization? How does this all fit into the workflow and the processes that you're part of? Well, try to understand what aspects of your workflow are really about success. So this is Seoul Incheon Airport. It is by many accounts the best airport in the world. And what this airport and Singapore and Beijing, the best airports in the world, have in common is they have lots of natural light, beautiful spaces, they're multi-billion-dollar structures, they have fantastic restaurants, shopping, some even have museums and theater. They seem like wonderful places to hang out. And yet, almost every one of you would rather fly through this airport. This airport, this shed, is how the super rich fly. This is the private terminal at Boston Logan. The rest of us get to fly through these multi-billion-dollar structures, and the billionaires fly through a shed that costs maybe a couple $100,000. How does that make sense? Well, think about the mission of Seoul Incheon. The mission of Seoul Incheon is to ensure smooth air transportation. But the vast majority of what they do is driven by the fact that they fail. Right? Those restaurants are there because you don't just walk on the plane and take off. The shopping is there and the beautiful spaces are there because you actually have to spend time at the airport. And nobody wants to spend time at an airport. So when you're thinking through disruption, when you're thinking through, is this technology, this next generation of technology going to destroy my workflow, change the way I need to operate, lead to the potential for disruption, think through how much of what you do is driven by failure. How much of what you do is not about delivering on your mission, but about compensating your stakeholders for the fact that you fail to deliver on your mission. In the airport example, imagine if you had a good prediction about how long it would take to get to the airport through security into the gate. Well, then you just walk on the plane and take off and spend no time at the restaurants, the shopping, the theater, the beautiful natural light. You just walk through like they do in the private terminals. Now, second example of this. So imagine you go to your doctor. Your doctor takes in, looks at your blood work, looks at your history, et cetera, and says, well, there's a 5% chance something catastrophic is going to happen to your health over the next year. If that happens, don't worry. We're going to give you $500,000. That's not how healthcare is supposed to work, right? The doctor's supposed to say it's 5% chance something catastrophic happens to your health next year. Here are the treatments to reduce the chance that that's happening. Okay, luckily, healthcare doesn't work that way. But insurance does work that way. That is exactly what happens. Your insurance company has all sorts of fantastic data about the likelihood that something catastrophic is going to happen to your house over the next year, to the point where they can price that risk. And they say some people have higher risk because there's likelihood of leaky pipes. And some people have higher risk because they're likely to have an electrical fire. And they say, oh, don't worry. We're going to give you peace of mind against the catastrophic loss by giving you some money if that happens. It's better than nothing. But that's not peace of mind. Peace of mind would be to say, look, we have all this data about your house. We know the reason your insurance is expensive is because there's a high likelihood of leaky pipes. And we can install this sensor for $25 that detects those leaky pipes and shuts down your water if your pipes start to leak, so that you don't have that disaster. And by the way, that $25 for most of the people who are at high risk of leaky pipes is a lot less than the extra insurance they pay every year. This is technically possible. The hard part is not the prediction. And we've been working with an insurance company to try to make this happen. But it turned out, well, there's all sorts of other hard parts. And this is related to, what are the challenges in technological change in bringing new systems into organizations? The way many insurance companies operate is underwriting is the center of power, right? They're the ones who provide the business of prediction. But what this is about, with this tool, is behavior change, right? You got to get people to adopt a new sensor, put it into their house. That's a marketing task. And in many insurance companies, marketing is not a center of power. In fact, marketing doesn't even have access to the data that underwriting has, not because of any regulatory reason, just because underwriting doesn't want to give them the data, right? It's a core aspect of where underwriting generates their power and their privilege in the organization. And so we worked, and finally we got marketing and underwriting to work together, and they started to agree. And then we had a different problem, which is that marketing wasn't called marketing. It was called sales and marketing, where sales was on the top. And in most insurance companies, and certainly in this insurance company, sales were compensated by commission. And so the last thing they wanted was a new product that was going to reduce prices in order to reduce costs. And so we faced a whole nother set of challenges. Whenever you're doing big picture changes, when you're doing things beyond looking at your existing workflow and making one little piece more efficient, you're going to create these challenges in changing who gets to decide what. And that will require new organization structures. And that's where a lot of the sort of factory of the future ideas apply. You're looking for places where you fail to deliver on your mission, but then you got to think through, how does that new organization look like? What does that new organization look like to enable that kind of coordination? Because decisions don't occur in isolation, right? Any big picture decision that's trying to change the system for your company is going to require coordination with other parts of the company. I'll give you an example of somebody who managed to overcome this challenge. It's my last story. Okay, so this is a boat. Okay, it's a particular boat. It is the boat that won the first America's Cup race in the 19th century. So it's a sailboat. And the America's Cup race is like the main sailing race. I don't know if there's... So what's happened, even though we don't really sail for transportation anymore, there's been incredible innovation in sailing over the past 150 so years. Because this, turns out, is also a boat. Okay? This is the sailboat that won the most recent America's Cup race. It looks a lot different from that first boat. There has been a ton of innovation in boat design since the 19th century, to the point where this is barely, they call it a boat, but really it's a flying machine that's connected to the water by this little pole. Okay, there's been incredible innovation in sailing. First, it was through wind tunnels, where they could simulate the impact of being out in the water, but without having to go out in the water. Then it was through computer simulation. They realized they understood enough about fluid dynamics about 25 years ago that they could simulate new boat designs to figure out how to get even faster. So there was incredible innovation in boat design, but to win a sailing race requires more than a great boat. It requires great sailors. There's two types of decisions, and they need to be coordinated. And the innovation in boat design was always limited by the fact that we humans learn very slowly. There was only so much experimentation we could do with humans who needed to eat and sleep and rest and all that. Right? For a human to do something that takes an hour, it takes us an hour. For a computer to do something to take an hour in simulation might take a second. And so Team New Zealand, in the run-up to the most recent America's Cup race, realized we could also simulate the sailor and not just the boat. And so they did that, and through a process they called digital twins. Okay? This is economists, we would have just called the simulation, but digital twins is a better label. And the idea of a digital twin is a really sort of a very detailed simulation that captures more of the core processes than you would think in your structural econometric model that might simulate mergers at the FTC. Okay. But the underlying idea is the same. And what they did is they simulated not just changes in boat design, but changes in sailing. And what they discovered is there are certain boat designs that would be more effective if we also changed the way we sail, the sailing strategy. And they worked. So there were some new boat designs that worked with new sailing strategies. They implemented them. And it's not the ultimate test of whether it worked or not, but they did win the race. Okay. So right now, as I said, we're in these between times. We can see the potential of the technology, but we're still kind of stuck in the 1890s. What we're trying to discover is what this organization of the future looks like. How do we overcome the resistance to the changes in power? And how do we design coordinated decision-making to create, to take advantage of all the technology has to offer? It's time for, I think we have time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. So we've had lots of people online. More than 300 people have been watching you online. We have nearly 100 people here. People have submitted questions when they registered online as we're going, and I'm sure people in the audience have many questions. We have about 15 minutes. We won't have time to go through everyone, but what we'll do is I'll take a couple from people online, and then we'll go for a couple in the audience, and then see if we've got time to take a couple more. But if you could be sort of brief, if you don't mind.
I will do my best.
So one question that came up a lot online was about skills. And what skills do people need to be able to work with AI and benefit from AI? And related to that, how do we need to rethink education policies, thinking back to schools and so on? And this has been raised by Enrique Fernandez from the government of Dominican Republic and Jennifer Butcher from Georgetown University.
Okay. Oh, I got to answer short. So there's sort of two broad buckets to think about answering that question. One is statistical understanding is now table stakes. And so that should be part of everybody's education. We need to just understand how probabilistic reasoning works. Okay. It hasn't been part of the core curriculum up through high school for whatever reason, but it should be. And there's lots of ways to do that. So even to the point where none of us understand, I imagine, how our computers work. I don't know, maybe a couple of you do, but do you really know how we turn, essentially light switches into all the stuff that your computer does? Probably not. Okay. But you have some intuition about the deterministic nature of how computers work, as in, like, when you give it instructions, it follows them, and things tend to be repeated, and when something works once, it's likely to continue to work, things like that. And there's lots of ways we learn that. Some of that we learn in school, and some of it we learn simply through playing computer games, We learn the non-playing characters in computer games tend to do the same loop over and over again, at least in the pre-AI era. And that helps us learn how our computers work when we have to deal with them at work. And so the same kind of thing in AI. So part of that's going to be curriculum, but part of it is just going to be as we grow up and learn to interact with AI systems to just deal with the probabilistic nature of them. So that's like category 1 is stats. Category 2 is I'm excited about the potential of this technology to empower people who've been left out. Okay, and that's not usually the narrative you hear. And what I mean by that, a lot of people's job prospects are restricted, for example, by their ability to write. Okay, so they might be very good at some particular skill, but it's hard for them to get business because they don't know how to communicate with a customer. But now, with if they can log into ChatGPT and say, "Hey, I want to write a letter to a client. This is what the price is going to be." Blah, blah, blah. It'll write a very clean letter. And it's not a beautiful letter, and it's not an elegant letter, but that doesn't matter. It's a clean letter, and that'll allow them to get the value out of the other skills they have. So I think there's everybody sort of needs to understand basic probabilistic reasoning, and then some of the skills that we've emphasized, writing a 5-paragraph essay, aren't that useful anymore. And instead, we've got to think through the complements to writing that are valuable.
Great. So I'll take one more online, and then we'll get a microphone to people. So raise your hand if you have a question after this, and we'll get a microphone to you in the audience. So related to that, and people being left behind, several questions were coming through thinking about countries being left behind, particularly developing countries. We have people watching from all around the world. This question was raised by Pho Hong Min in Vietnam Academy of Sciences. There's Fabrizio Zanzi from a university in Ecuador. Farhan Roslan from a research institute in Malaysia, and they want to know how can developing countries benefit from AI and big data, or will all the gains necessarily concentrate in the US and Western Europe?
So similar to the split there's two ways to think about the gains. There's the people who are developing the tools, and if the future's like the past, there's reasons to expect those gains to be largely in developed countries that are at the cutting edge of technology. But a lot of the benefits of this particular technology could be to places where the prediction tasks the machines can do are rare. Okay, what do I mean by that? So think about in medicine. Okay, so what makes doctors particularly special in the medical system is that they diagnose. Okay, so the nurses actually provide care. Pharmacists are the ones who actually provide the medicine. The doctors diagnose, okay, and provide a treatment plan. Imagine a world where we can have prediction machines, because diagnosis is prediction, right? So the machines can do the predictions at scale. Okay. Well, that should be wonderful for anybody who doesn't have access to a doctor, but might have access to some other medical professional who could work effectively with a prediction machine in order to treat patients better. So anywhere where you have a lack of doctors, but some other local medical professionals, those medical professionals can now be much, much more effective than they could be before. And so I think that in lots of industries, you can imagine that, hey, how many people are unable to participate in the global economy because they don't know how to write in English? Okay, well, now everyone can write in English, so no problem. On the flip side, it's kind of like the story we heard on the internet, but it's a little bit, but now that connectivity is combined with the ability to communicate and grow.
Great. So if you've got a question in the audience, please raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you if you just introduce yourself first. Yeah, Elwin.
Yes, hello. My name is Elwin Davis from the World Bank. First of all, thank you so much for this talk. That was really, really enlightening. I've got a question, no surprise from the World Bank, coming out also about skills, because that is really kind of what people are kind of wondering, kind of how can we equip people with the right skills. And particularly kind of you're describing kind of the decoupling between prediction and judgments. But to what extent, and many kind of workers and entrepreneurs, they need to be both. To what extent being good in judgment is also determined by the experiential kind of the experience you've had in being a good predictor. So, for example, if you need to write something and you need to judge a good piece of writing, it helps to be a good writer. But the returns of becoming a good writer are now decreasing because of artificial intelligence, because if you're a bad writer, you'd rather just kind of use the AI to learn that. So kind of what does that mean for kind of learning going forward?
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm not an education specialist. I just want to sort of, but in terms of the abstract thinking about it as prediction and judgment, predictions now being done by the machine, does that mean humans are going to get worse at the compliments? Doing things the way we always did? Yes. Okay, what do I mean by that? Right now we train lawyers by having them do a whole bunch of prediction tasks and read lots of documents and do just redact stuff, and then they get better at understanding documents. That's probably not the most efficient way to train people. It's just a way to train people while still paying them. And it's not obvious why the best way to learn how to critique writing is to write. So we know in lots of other contexts that's not, the best way, movie critics don't make movies. Okay. Book critics often don't write books. Again, most of us who use our computers and use them as tools very, very well have no idea how they work under the hood, and we don't do that arithmetic. So I think we do need to rethink what training looks like, and that's going to be context specific. So a general is going to point it, but a lot of it is going to be practice with decisions. And because prediction and judgment were combined in decision in the past, that involved practice on the prediction side. But we don't need that anymore. We just need to give people practice on the decision side with feedback, and which would be standard pedagogical processes. Great question. Thank you.
Fabio.
Hi, Avi. Thank you. Great talk. Really enjoyed it. Fabio Luzzi from Tapestry. So I have a quick question. So going back to your analogy of adoption of electricity at full scale from the 1900s, so going from just replacing the central engine to an electric engine to redesigning the entire factory, and then taking that, scaling back to the reality of a private company that know it will be beneficial for them to transform. What would help to accelerate that? Going from just changing the central engine to redesigning the organization.
Okay. Yeah. So the starting point is rather than focused on the technology, focus on what you're trying to do as a business. So think about like the thought experiment that I do in the classroom is, in executive classroom is, imagine your business being perfect in serving your customers as well as you possibly could. What does that look like? And then you go backwards and try to think, okay, well, in what ways aren't you doing that? And then are there ways that machine prediction might help you get there? And then the last step is, okay, what are the machine predictions that you can do now that over time will learn to get good enough in order to build that new organization in the future? So, but the starting point has to be transformative change. And the reason is, and I'm sure you've had experience with this, that if so many companies say, I'm not adopting AI because the cost of the data is too complicated and getting it all working and all that. And we talk about this, it's not just the data scientists, but it's the software engineers, et cetera. It's only too costly if the benefit is small, right? So when you do, if you can see a huge payoff, if you can see a multi-billion-dollar payoff, you'll be willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on doing something. But if the payoff is only 10 million, then it's probably not going to be worth it to invest in a $100 million data system. And that's sort of an underlying challenge.
Okay, I'll take one final question online,
Okay.
and then we'll have to wrap up, I'm afraid. So apologies to everyone who we didn't get to answer all your questions. So the final one is not an easy one. It's been raised by several people, including Mingjung Kang at the Kiet, Syed Shah from the World Bank, Poona from UNDP China, and many others. Essentially, do we need to regulate AI, and won't we just stifle innovation if we do this?
Okay.
No pressure.
20 years from now, I am confident there will be AI regulation. I have no idea what that regulation will look like. The push to regulate comes from a good place, right? They're worried about technological change. They're worried about the impact on jobs, worried about bias. There's reasons to worry. At the same time, there's reasons to worry about the regulation. And I'm an IO economist. And so the big worry that I think about is, well, why were, the biggest tech companies in the world are pushing for regulation. Maybe that's a statement about regulation is going to reduce competition. And so we are in this great situation right now where there's a new technology that's come about, and there's lots of entry. Yes, we have a leader, but that, the leader as of 2023 doesn't have to be the leader as of 2028. But if we create all sorts of barriers to entry, then maybe that'll lock in the current power structure. So I think there's some AI regulation is coming. The thing to be careful of is, as we move toward that, to make sure we don't just entrench the dominant tech companies into their current positions.
Thank you. So if we could all just thank Avi, give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
So we're going to go straight into the next session, which is Theme A on trends in AI and big data diffusion. Tim, do you want to come and introduce the speakers?
Thank you again, Avi. Yeah, we're moving on to theme A of the workshop today, and that's trends in AI and big data. And we'll first start with a presentation by Flavio Calvino from the OECD, who's going to give us a sense of the portrait of AI diffusion across countries of the OECD members, and after which we will have a presentation by Catherine Stapleton from the World Bank, who is going to give us some preliminary evidence on the diffusion of AI across emerging countries, and then give a much more closer look at what's going on in the country of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Looking to the slides that can go up to the first. Indeed, thanks a lot. My name is Flavio Calvino. I'm an economist at the OECD. I'm going to present joint work with Luca Fontanelli from the University of Brescia about a portrait of AI adopters across countries, firm characteristics, asset complementarities, and productivity. And the usual disclaimer, the views expressed here are those of the authors and cannot be attributed to the OECD or its member countries. So let us start. We know we have seen AI as a strong potential, but AI is shaping very rapidly the economic landscapes. It can be considered a general purpose technologies whose application may increase the productivity of adopters, but little empirical work and little empirical evidence so far has comprehensively analyzed the patterns of AI diffusions across firms, especially at the international level, with like an outlook to a broad set of countries. While this would be crucial to better understand how to fully leverage the potential of digital transformation and the implications for the economy. So what I'm going to present here today is a novel outlook about this, and the aim of this paper is to draw a portrait of AI adopters, of users of artificial intelligence, firms using AI across countries. We're going to focus on firm characteristics. So who are these firms adopting AI? The role of complementary assets that are like intangibles, skills, or digital infrastructures that are factors that are key and complementary to the use of artificial intelligence, and the links between the use of AI and firm productivity. How we are going to do so? We are pioneering a distributed microdata approach in the context of the OECD AI Diffuse project, which is based on a common statistical code that has been developed by the OECD and is run on official representative firm-level surveys across countries in a decentralized manner. I'm going to get to the coverage in a while. This study focuses 11 countries. And just before getting a little more into the details, let me just summarize what are the key findings and the main takeaways of the analysis. What we see is that first, AI use is more widespread across large firms and to some extent across the younger ones. We see that the use of artificial intelligence is highly prevalent in sectors like ICTs and professional services. And we see that complementary assets play a key role for the use of artificial intelligence, and in particular, ICT skills, firm-level digital capabilities, and the use of other digital technologies, and fast digital infrastructure. We see that the users, that firms using artificial intelligence tend to be more productive than other firms, and these productivity premia tend to originate for the largest ones, although we see that these premia do not seem to reflect the use of artificial intelligence alone. In particular, complementary assets appear to play a critical role, with productivity advantages of AI users likely related in most cases to the selection of more digital and competitive firms into the use of artificial intelligence. So let me start a little bit focusing on the streams of the literature that this study refers to. I'll try to be brief on this, but evidence on the use of artificial intelligence by firms broadly focuses on 3 or 4 type of data sources at the microeconomic level. The first source of data, which is the one to which this study is more closely related to, is firm-level surveys. Official firm-level surveys that are run from statistical offices where firms are asked questions like, do you use artificial intelligence? And in this sense, there are a number of country-specific studies, especially focuses on the US, but also on Germany and Korea, that are addressing these issues. The second source of data that has been used in the literature relates to the online job postings. Postings of job ads that firms post online, hiring AI professionals or AI specialists. And again, here there is a little bit of literature, especially focusing on the United States, documenting the demand for AI-related job skills, especially focusing on the US, but also to some extent across countries. We are working on this also at the OECD and on Finland. The third source of data is related to IPRs, patent and trademarks, and the extent to which they are able to proxy AI-related innovation. Again, a number of studies, especially focusing on the US, but also with a broader perspective. There are other studies that use other types of data. I'm going to mention briefly about 2 of those that we are carrying out at the OECD and that are highly complementary to the study I'm presenting today, which is based on firm-level surveys. One is using online websites, so information available in the website of companies, where we look at AI-related keywords in a firm website across 4 countries, and we see what type of keywords and what type of technologies are mentioned, and what are the characteristics of these firms that have AI-related online presence. And in that study, we are also able to look at universities. While the second study, co-authored with my colleague Lia Samek, as well as Maria Grazia Spuicciarini and Cody Morris, we look at combining information from online website, on AI-related online job postings, AI-related Python. We combine all this information together and match it with firm-level balance sheet data from the United Kingdom, identifying and characterizing AI adopters in the UK, with the main findings which are broadly in line with what I'm going to present to you today, focusing on ICT surveys. So just to wrap up a little bit what is the existing evidence, we see that in the literature there is a positive association between the use of artificial intelligence and firm size. This may be related to fixed costs, to the scale advantages that where larger firms may have maybe in a better position. However, there are more ambiguous findings on the links between artificial intelligence use and labor productivity. We see this before, and we see this a little bit more in one of the sessions in the afternoon, which I think is going to focus on this. But this lack of relation can be related to J-curve dynamics, where there are complementary investments in intangibles that take time to materialize and fully translate into productivity gains. We know, and we have seen this in the keynote, machine learning is a prediction technology, but prediction is only one part of the decision, and there may be time needed to get to more system-level solution. But there is also a very recent emerging evidence that focuses on specific AI applications, such as those related to generative AI, which tend to find more positive findings. What we do in this work, We take a cross-country perspective using official representative data from 11 countries, exploring directly not only the characteristics of adopters, but also the links with complementary and the role of complementary assets and the links between artificial intelligence use and productivity. Let me say a few more words about the data and the methodology that we employ in this study. So the study is based on data from national statistical offices in 11 countries, which are listed in the slide. They are Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, Ireland, for which we only have preliminary results, Israel, Italy, Japan, Korea, Portugal, and Switzerland. Information in these data sources, which are official firm-level surveys, they contain information on basic firm characteristics, such as the sector of activity, the age, the size, and the turnover that allows us to build a proxy of labor productivity as a turnover over employment, as well as, importantly, for the purpose of this study, information on the use of technology by firm. The typical information here is based on questions that are asked to firms of the type, does your enterprise use any of the following artificial intelligence technologies? But there is information about more technologies that we use in the study, including other digital technologies such as cloud computing, ERP, CRM, or information related to digital infrastructure, in particular the presence of ultra-fast broadband, as well as ICT skills, in particular the presence of ICT specialists or training provided to employees, ICT training to the employees. The main features of this data is that they are representative of the population of businesses above a certain threshold, which is 10 plus employees, and there are ways available for most countries that allow us to compute weighted statistics. The coverage of the data is country-specific and ranges between 2017 and 2021, with the main definitions of artificial intelligence, which are harmonized in the European data, while vary a little bit in other countries. So how do we analyze this data? We propose a distributed microdata approach where we developed centrally at the OECD a statistical code which is then distributed to experts across countries that have access to the data, to which we are particularly thankful, and I see some of them here today, and they are able to run the code on the data and provide the output for the cross-country analysis. So it's a separate analysis for each country using the harmonized statistical code that we developed, the AI diffuse code. We then carry out consistency checks on the output in collaboration with the experts, as well as validation of the metadata before integrating the data from each country in the whole cross-country project. And this builds on the experience of the OECD on other distributed microdata projects on business dynamics, productivity, and R&D. What are the main outputs of the AI diffuse code? They are related to summary statistics, and in particular, we're going to focus today on the shares of AI adoption, as well as other summary statistics, and then a number of distributed regressions, so regressions that are pre-programmed and then run on the microdata, which we divide into adoption regression, which explain the adoption, the use of artificial intelligence, so with an AI use dummy on the left-hand side, and productivity regression, which have instead labor productivity on the left-hand side. So let's go a little bit on the findings of the studies. I'm going to start presenting some descriptive statistics based on the share of the adoptions, and then go a little more into the findings from regression analysis. So the first analysis facts I was mentioning at the beginning is that AI is more widely used across large firms. You see here, this is a summary figure that plots the shares of AI users by firm size class, and the size of the circle is proportional to the number of countries for which the relation hold. And you see that across the board, the size class that have the highest number of employees, 250 plus, is the one exhibiting having the highest shares of adoption across countries. I don't know if we could click on the link in the slides just to give you an idea about the figures, how the figures look like. So this is what looks like when we look directly at the figures across country, and you see that across the board, the larger firms are those that exhibit higher share of adoption. We can go back to the presentation, but this may be consistent with the fact that large firms may be endowed or have capabilities, better capabilities to use intangibles or other complementary assets that may be crucial to fully leverage the potential of artificial intelligence. Second fact, we look at the age of firms, and we see that to some extent, AI is more widely used across young firms. You see in the figure that the share of AI users are lowest among firms that have the highest age. In this particular case, you see the 11+ firms, so firms that have more than 11 years, while share of adoptions appear higher for firms that have 0 to 5 or 6 to 10 years old, so among the younger firms, and this is consistent with the idea that startups and young firms often bring to the market more radical innovation, especially in the case when a new technological paradigm, such as the one related to artificial intelligence, emerges. Third, we focus on shares of adoption by sectors, and we see that across the board, across all countries, share of AI users are highest among ICT services and professional and scientific services. You see this in the slide, and this may be consistent with the fact that AI is still used more importantly in these sectors, while its potential as a general purpose technology may yet have to fully materialize. Then we look descriptively at the link between the use of AI and other digital technologies by focusing on a variable which is a proxy of firm digitalization, the number of digital technologies used by the firm. And we see that in every country, shares of AI users are highest among firms that use the highest number of digital technologies, suggesting that AI does not come alone, but is part of a digitalization process that occurs at the firm level with the technology that build upon each other. So this was a bit the purely descriptive part of the analysis. We're going to move next to some regression analysis to take into account the role of confounding, or the number of confounding factors and compositional effects by estimating type of models that have the AI use a binary variable on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side we have some size class dummies as was defined before, age class, and fixed effects identifying sectors, and upon availability, depending on for the countries for which we have more than 1 year of data, year fixed effects. What we see basically on the regression is that this regression tends to confirm the findings that we have seen previously from the descriptive analysis. And in particular, large firms are more likely to use artificial intelligence, and the likelihood to use AI generally increases with the firm size, and older firms, also conditional on size and sectors, tend to be less likely to use artificial intelligence. Here we could perhaps click on the regression table slide on the bottom side of the slide, if that is possible, to look at the findings, which are basically now here in the slide. And you see that if you focus on the coefficient for the largest size class, is the one that still is the most highly positive and significant, while the age class 11+ is the one that tends to be negative, in some cases significant in many countries. We can go back to the main slide. Thanks a lot for the support, because the next set of the regression is going to explore the role of complementary factors for the use of artificial intelligence. And in particular, we look at a number of factors of complementary assets and the relationship between the use of AI across countries. These are, in particular, digital infrastructure, and in particular the presence and use of ultra-fast broadband or cloud technologies, digital and innovative capabilities, so the use of other digital technologies as a proxy of firm digitalization and innovative activity, human capital related variable, in particular the presence of ICT specialists or training, for ICT training for employees, as well as internationalization. And here, if we click back on the regression table, we basically see that all these factors for which availability depends a little bit across countries, but the main point is that these factors across the board are positively related to the use of artificial intelligence after taking into account the confounding factors that we have mentioned before, highlighting and suggesting a key role of complementary factors in the framework of use of digital technologies, human capital, and digital infrastructure for the use of artificial intelligence. Thanks for going back to the main presentation, which then shifts looking at the link between the use of artificial intelligence and productivity. And so here we are going to explore the association and the links between the use of AI and labor productivity as proxied by what is available in the data, which is turnover over employment. Starting again from a descriptive perspective, we see that shares of AI users are highest in the highest quantile of the productivity distribution. Here we have built sector-specific quantiles on of the productivity distribution for each country, and what emerges is that there is this generally positive association between the quantile of the productivity distribution and the share of adoption of use of artificial intelligence. We go back and continue the analysis, moving to regression, focusing again on the links between AI use and productivity by estimating a simple regression model that has the log labor productivity on the left-hand side and as main exploratory variable the use of artificial intelligence, which we will also interact with the size class dummies, as well as controlling for size class, age class fixed effects, including sectors and year, where relevant, as well as a number of additional robustness checks I will not talk through about, but confirm the main findings. What we see when carrying out this exercise, this analysis, is that the users of artificial intelligence tend to be more productive. You see that in the slide where the green cell highlights a relationship that is positive and significant, and you see that it appears across most of the countries. We also see that these productivity premia tend to originate from large firms, and we see that when we interact the main artificial intelligence dummy with the size class dummy, suggesting here it's a summary results that suggests that these productivity premia tend to originate from the firms that are in the largest size class. However, these premia do not seem to reflect the use of artificial intelligence alone. Indeed, when we take into account in the regression model I was talking before the role of complementary factors on complementary assets, so when we control for those skills, digital infrastructure, the use of other digital technologies, and we add them into the analysis, we see that basically productivity premia of AI users significantly reduce or tend to disappear, while complementary assets remain positively and significantly related to the use of artificial intelligence, basically across the board, suggesting probably that these productivity advantages are likely related to a selection of more digital and competitive firms into the use of artificial intelligence. Here, I shall mention we have initial evidence of more direct effects beyond selection for one country for which we are able to access directly the microdata, which is France, for which we are carrying out ongoing work matching the ICT surveys with a panel of firm-level balance sheets, which allow us to control for productivity back in the times before artificial intelligence was used, and so analyze more precisely the role of selection, as well as carry out some more extensive exercise, even adopting an instrumental variable approach, which tend to suggest that for a group of users of artificial intelligence, especially those that develop their own AI algorithms, so AI developers, there may be more direct effects beyond selection more direct productivity effect beyond the selection one I was just mentioning. So probably time to start summing up with the main takeaways from this analysis. We have seen that the use of artificial intelligence appears to be more spread across larger firms and to some extent across the younger one, and is prevalent in ICT and professional services. We see that complementary factors, complementary assets, including ICT skills and training, firm-level digital capabilities as proxied by the use of other digital technologies and the digital infrastructure, are key for the use of artificial intelligence by firms. We have seen that AI users tend to be more productive than other firms, especially the largest one, although these premia do not seem to reflect the use of artificial intelligence alone. Indeed, we have seen again that complementary assets, these complementary factors, appear to play a key role with the productivity advantage maybe related to the selection of more digital and competitive firms into the use of AI. And in this context, the role of AI strengthening the advantages of larger and more productive firms may imply widening gaps between the leading firm, the most productive firms, and other parts of the business population over time. And in this context, policymakers can play a key role to foster an inclusive digital transformation in the age of artificial intelligence by focusing on a broad policy mix affecting incentives and capabilities, focusing on different policy areas and policy levers related to human capital, such as boosting ICT and high-quality STEM education, improving managerial capabilities, focusing on digital capabilities, incentivizing digitalization, easing the financing of intangible, supporting research and innovation, on digital infrastructure, which we have seen as important by reducing digital and connectivity gaps, and on framework conditions, reducing barriers for entry of new firms and barriers to grow, fostering competition and addressing regulatory challenges of the digital economies. This broad policy mix may allow AI use and its return to be more widespread across firms and sectors in the age of AI. This basically concludes my presentation. I just have one or two additional slides. I don't know if I have 1 minute just to mention that this work is very much complementary to a number of studies that we are carrying out at the OECD with a number of colleagues. This one is focused on ICT surveys, but we have been taking a similar perspective using different sources of data for one country, the UK, where we have been matching job postings, AI-related job postings with information from online website, with information on AI-related innovation from patent and trademark with balance sheets together, which finds in this study, focusing on the United Kingdom, the findings are very much in line with the polarization between young, small, and all large users, especially concentrated in the ICT sectors, and the key role of complementary factors, as well as another study where we focus on companies and universities that have AI-related online presence based on information available in firm and company and university websites. So this basically concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Flavio. Very exciting presentation, some preliminary results on the diffusion of artificial intelligence across 11 countries, looking at the determinants of diffusion, as well as making some links with productivity effects. So thanks a lot for that. I did have one question that we got from online, so let me start with this. You alluded to it a bit towards the end of your presentation, but given the fact that you find results of AI adoption for the largest firms, those that are young, and particularly those with a lot of complements. From a policy perspective, what can countries do to further encourage adoption amongst those that are the smallest, those that are old, and those with the most vintage assets?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can perhaps go back and spend a little bit more words on the policy framework that we are suggesting. Basically, a number of complementary policy interventions addressed at different policy levels can allow fostering an inclusive digital transformation. I was talking at the complementarities between interventions related to human capital, skills. We have seen in the analysis that that are one of the key complements that are positively related to the use of AI, as well as another key complement we have seen is the digital infrastructure, so reducing a digital and connectivity gap, as well as fostering more broadly the digital transformation by incentivizing digital transformation more broadly and using the financing of intangibles. We've seen the third complementary asset, which was crucial, was the use of other digital technologies, as well as relevantly framework conditions related to allowing startups to enter and grow, reducing barriers in this sense and fostering competition.
Great. Thank you very much, Flavio. And then just one more question, and this was raised about the importance of complements, which I think you rightly stated in your presentation. It's something that Avi alluded to as well. And one of the things you mentioned is that data matters, cloud computing, flexible storing, and computing matters in digital infrastructure. Can you speak a bit on which one of these you think matters the most? And then in terms of timing, is it something that these types of complements need to be in place as a prerequisite before adopting AI, or is this something that's happening sort of simultaneously through the adoption process?
This is it's a very good point. In this particular work, we cannot look too much at the timing. We see information occurring simultaneously. Although, based on the literature and hopefully on work that we plan to do in the future, I do think that timing is probably something that is relevant and would be great to further investigate, in particular because probably digitalization is a gradual process with some of the technologies, especially the digital infrastructure, which can be seen as one of the building blocks with other more advanced technologies coming a little further. But it's not something that we can reply with the data I've been presented today, but I hope that we are going to carry out analysis in this direction in the future.
Thank you, Flavio. Okay, I think we can now open it to questions in the audience. So please raise your hand.
Brian Cahan. I wondered, I was a little concerned with the data on large companies because that doesn't speak to whether AI is really central or where in the company it's located. Do you have any insights into that? And just concerned that's a little unfair comparing large companies with small companies, which may be very focused on AI, compared to large companies which are simply experimenting with it in one corner of the company.
So in this analysis, basically we take data on the representative data on the population of companies, and we try to see where share of adoption are higher. And we see, as I presented, a little bit of a coexistence between higher share of AI use among the largest companies, but also to some extent among the youngest one. In one of the additional studies I've been referring to, so here we do not cross-tabulate the two dimensions, also because of confidentiality issues. But in one complementary study that we have carried out on the UK, we see a little bit of a polarization between some users that are young and small. So these are the startups that are using more intensively AI, and that they have also higher AI intensity. They use more intensively technology. And another part of companies that are the largest and the older one that probably exploit artificial intelligence algorithms related to their current production process. I don't know if that answers a little bit your questions, but I hope it goes in a good direction.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll raise one then. Thanks, Flavio. This is really good. I did have a question. You mentioned all these facts like the firms using AI are large and so on. And we know that from even basic technologies in the past to do with IT in general and servers, that the firms that tend to use them tend to be large and have other complementary, IT skills and whatever. Is there any way of you comparing, are these particularly big, say to earlier technologies or big data use in general rather than AI? Is there any way you can quantify that roughly?
I think that's a very good point. we haven't done so, and there are some challenges in this particular work, given the way in which the data are collected, which are collected in cells to try and minimize confidentiality concerns. But it is a very good point, and we will keep it in mind. We're broadening the focus on other digital technologies, which is a little bit what we have in mind for the next steps of this project. And you're right, would be good to see a little more in this direction.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Flavio.
Thanks again for the invitation.
And next up is Catherine Stapleton from the World Bank.
Sorry. Okay. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Catherine Stapleton. I'm an economist at the World Bank, and I'm presenting joint work with colleagues at Oxford and the fund, and actually my colleague Alex is at the back and can take questions as well, and is a co-author on the paper. So today we're going to talk about AI in India. So as a motivation, so AI obviously doesn't really need introducing in this type of conference. But what really motivated this paper was the fact that India has seen very rapid growth in AI. And so on the left, we've taken a look at the rise in demand for AI skills in online job adverts. And what we found is AI has really taken off around the world. But India has been one of the countries that's seen the most rapid growth over the past few years. Despite this, a lot of the research on AI has focused instead on high-income countries, but there's interesting questions for developing countries, particularly those that have followed a services-led development model, like India, that are in an earlier stage of their growth model, and what this means for their future path. Reflecting the fact that there has been relatively little empirical evidence, particularly on developing countries for AI, there have been fairly polarized views on what this will mean. So on the left-hand side, we've got Paul Krugman, who has been arguing that AI is probably a bad thing for countries like India because it will reduce outsourcing of, say, medical work. Likewise, we've got Koronek and Stiglitz hypothesis, which is that AI is likely to be bad for countries that have comparative advantage in lower skilled labor. But on the right-hand side, we've got a very different view from Richard Baldwin in his book, where his view is that forms of machine learning, like machine translation, are actually going to increase offshoring to countries like India, and so India could be a beneficiary. What we're going to do in this paper is ask specifically how AI is affecting firms in India. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the starting point of using job adverts from India's largest jobs platform. And we're following a wide literature in measuring the diffusion of AI using the demand for skills as measured in job adverts, following the work of Daniel Rock, James Harrigan and co-authors, and Darian Acemoglu, and even Avi, and a growing number of people who are using job adverts data. What we're first going to do is look at how AI has diffused in India's firms, regions, industries. We're then going to measure the causal impact of firms hiring machine learning engineers and related roles in India on their demand for other skills. And we're going to do so using two different methods. One is a shift-share design, and the second is a propensity score matching event study design. And so what we find, as mentioned first, is we've seen very rapid growth in the demand for AI skills. And this has been particularly, similarly to Flavio's research presented before, highly concentrated in IT and finance in India. And what we find in this paper overall is this is really a high-skill story. So in contrast to previous waves of technological change, which generally led to hollowing out of middle-skill occupations, what we're finding here is the negative effects are for higher-skilled occupations, particularly managers, and particularly specific tasks like description, forecasting, research, and prediction. But by contrast, we see a positive impact for lower-skilled occupations and for routine work. So it's really a story of negative implications for the highest skilled and potentially a decline in inequality. But overall, within the firms we're studying, and we're studying non-AI producing, so this is not tech and not education, but in firms that are using AI, we're finding negative effects overall within those firms of them hiring more machine learning engineers, and negative effects on wage growth. Then I'll just start with a few clarifications of what we're looking at here, because it's quite specific. We're focusing generally on machine learning, so we're going to be looking from 2010 to 2019, so this is pre-ChatGPT times, unfortunately, as we don't have the data up until then. And so this is really machine learning as opposed to wider artificial general intelligence. And we're also looking at job level exposure and within firms. And we're looking at postings, so we only have postings data sets. So these are wage offers and not wages that we'll be looking at. So to start with the data that we're working with, this is data on online job adverts from India's largest jobs platform that has asked to remain anonymous. And they estimate they have around a 60% market share, so it's around 60% of job adverts in India. And this is predominantly white-collar urban work. Of course, being in India, the formal labor force is relatively small. And we, in contrast to other scraped online job adverts data, one benefit here is this platform. Any firm that wants to list a job advert on their platform has to plug in their information into a standardized template. And so we have nice, consistent data on, say, wage offers, which firms are required to put, and tagging of different categories that firms need to select when they plug their job advert. And on the right, this is an example of what this might look like on the platform. So what is this covering? So job adverts data, of course, is only job adverts posted online, and those job adverts are skewed. So what we find is this is really over-representative of the IT and professional services in India. So we're really talking about the urban, predominantly white-collar services industries. And we're keeping only services and dropping manufacturing. So in terms of measuring the demand for machine learning within job adverts, so the idea here is, in an ideal world, we would have excellent firm-level data of the extent to which firms are deploying AI and what they're using it for. In the imperfect world, we don't have that, and we particularly don't have that for countries like India. So the idea is, if a firm is hiring a machine learning engineer, there's a reasonable chance they're doing it because their firm is starting to use machine learning in some way. So we're really using it as a proxy. And we justify this. Well, there's a wide literature now doing this, but one justification is when there have been firm surveys asking firms when they start using machine learning how they do it. Do they hire external consultants? Do they train up staff within-house? What most firms are saying is they hire new talent in order to execute the machine learning operations they want to, and thus we think it's probably a reasonable proxy. And here's one example, an algorithm engineer. So this is the kind of information we get from it, the description, the location, education requirements. And so what's nice is, as text data is so rich, we're able to extract anything that relates to machine learning and tag this post as a machine learning related post. Then, in addition, as we're interested in really understanding the demand for granular tasks within job adverts, we take a few approaches. We use the standard classifications of routine, non-routine, abstract. But we also extract the verbs specifically and use a classification that's been used by Ferdinand Rao and colleagues, which classifies tasks into understanding the types of work or the types of activities these involve using Roget's thesaurus. So we'll use that in the analysis subsequently. So what we find in terms of the machine learning job adverts in India, they're more likely to have words like develop, build, program, design, and they're less likely to have verbs like call, account, so on the left, recruit, the left is the ones they're less likely to include, the right is the ones they're more likely to include. Unsurprisingly, the occupations that are including AI skills, highly likely to be software developers or data analysts, as would be expected. Then moving on to some facts about what's going on in terms of AI demand in India. So quite similarly to in research for other countries, big increase as we would expect in IT and software, but in India particularly it's financial services that we're seeing rapid growth, although also slightly volatile growth. And interestingly, in contrast to the kind of hypothesis that this was going to have negative implications for BPO and call centers, we actually see very little demand for machine learning skills in the BPO industry. Also, very similarly to research for the US, so I think Avi has a similar paper where he looks at the demand, so the premium for AI skills. We find there's a strong premium for AI jobs, and that's even when you control for occupation, many other fixed effects. The salary premium is around 13%, which I think is quite similar to the premium that's been found in the US. And postings that include AI skills are more likely to be higher skilled, higher earning jobs. Also, perhaps unsurprisingly, this is highly concentrated in Bangalore. So our job adverts data is already overrepresented in Bangalore, but jobs including AI skills are particularly likely to be in Bangalore. And there's only a few spatial clusters in India which are accounting for a very high share of all these AI job adverts. So which is helpful when we get to the results, these results we're finding it's really a Bangalore and a Mumbai story. Then similarly to Flavio's research, we're finding that these vacancies are highly concentrated in the largest firms. And we also find evidence of agglomeration effects and spillovers and diffusion in the industries and regions that have had one firm posting AI postings are more likely to then subsequently post more. And that's particularly the case for the software industry. So then turning to actually the estimation of effects. So here we're trying to understand the causal impact of AI on labor demand within the same firms that are hiring machine learning engineers. So the first question is, what would we expect to see? So I think, as we know, there's a now pretty wide-ranging literature trying to understand all of the complex impacts of AI. At the most simple level, the conceptualization that AI is the task of prediction. There's therefore the direct implication that tasks involving prediction could be displaced. But of course, there's also the wider implications in terms of declining productivity and positive impacts on labor demand. There's also a wider literature on AI as a general purpose technology, with AI being the method of invention. And thus, there's many reasons why we would expect the positive effects to probably outweigh the displacement effects. So what we're going to do specifically here is we're taking a long difference shift share specification, where we're looking at the impact of AI demand in firms on growth in hiring. And we're using the exposure, the baseline, using the patenting level AI exposure measures of Webb. And we'll also take various other measures in the as robustness checks. So the idea here, and we're taking a two-stage least squares approach. So the idea here is if a firm has a higher share of occupations in the beginning, pre-AI taking off, that were highly exposed in terms of their task content to being automated using AI, then we'd expect that those firms are more likely to start hiring AI engineers, realizing their tasks could be conducted using AI instead. So these are tasks or occupations like civil engineers and actuaries have high exposure scores. And so we're then instrumenting for growth in the demand for AI skills within each establishment by this baseline exposure measure. and controlling for various fixed effects. And so what we do find is firms that are highly exposed ex ante do see a substantial increase in the demand for AI skills within establishments, particularly for the very most exposed firms, whereas firms that are showing limited exposure are not increasing hiring of AI-related roles. And the first stage is strong, and AI exposure is predicting demand within the establishments for AI skills. So then, sorry, that skipped through. When we look then at the causal second stage impacts, so what's the impact of a firm hiring AI engineers on the postings for non-AI related roles? We're finding a statistically significant negative impact. And this is also holding for all vacancies. So the positive impact of hiring AI-related roles is being outweighed by the negative impact of seeing a decline in demand for non-AI postings. When we look at which occupations this is impacting, it's these two occupational categories of professional occupations and managers, which are really driving this effect, particularly the managers category. And when we look within the managers category, it's this one on the second to the right, which is corporate managers that are seeing the most strong negative decline. In terms of routineness, as I mentioned at the start, this is a story of declining demand for non-routine tasks and potentially increasing demand for routine tasks, except the story for routine tasks is less clear. Then coming to the task content of these job adverts, what we find is there's a strong negative effect, particularly on this one category, which is titled intellectual faculties, which is particularly these three categories of precursory conditions, so work that's related to research, also means of communicating ideas, words related to narrate, describe, then also to some small degree extension of thought, which includes words like predict. We find this also holds even when you look within the top 1% higher paying roles. So when we think of the negative implications for corporate managers and understanding why we're seeing a decline for corporate managers, seems it could be related to lower demand for these specific skills that corporate managers would typically be conducting. Then in terms of wage growth or wage offer growth, so this is the wages as listed in the job adverts, we find negative impacts on the median wage growth and overall, again, with the positive impact for AI the negative impact outweighing the positive impact. And what we see is this shift in the downward distribution, but when we look in terms of holding the occupational composition fixed, what we find is a lot of this result is just from a change in the occupational composition of who's being hired, with the firms hiring less higher skilled roles and more lower skilled roles. But we find weak positive effects for the top 1%, suggesting even for the highest paid roles that we're seeing a decline in the wage growth for these occupations. And again, it's really the corporate managers who are the ones who are being negatively impacted here. So then taking stock, what we found so far is firms hiring more machine learning engineers has a negative impact on their hiring of other roles and a negative impact overall. And we're seeing a change in the occupational composition where these firms are then hiring less high-skilled and more lower-skilled roles. And we're also finding within occupation effects for these groups of corporate managers in the top 1%, we're seeing a decline in the wage offers and a decline in the task content of what they're doing, with less demand for these activities like forecasting, researching, narrating, describing. then similarly, as this was previously, these results were all along different specifications. So that was the growth from 2010 to 2019. We also wanted to look at what's happening in between this time period. So what's happening immediately after firms are hiring machine learning engineers. So for this, we take a propensity score matching event study approach, matching AI adopters with similar non-AI adopters, following a few papers in the literature. So this is the event study specification with a fairly standard specification. And what we find is in the immediate interim, as firms hire, they're increasing their overall hiring. But then very quickly, these results materialize after 1 year and then are strongest after 3 years. So this isn't just a longer term effect, but this is happening in quite short term after the hiring happens. And then we've done various robustness checks, most important, of course, being shift share robustness, where we're seeing our case for causal identification here as from the exogeneity of the shares, following the Goldsmith-Pinkham approach, and we show there's no evidence of pre-trends, and those tests generally show robustness of these results. We also try and look at, instead of the job adverts data, instead labor force survey data from the NSS and PLFS, where we find fairly similar results. So to sum up, the conclusions of this paper, we're finding quite surprisingly negative implications of AI in these non-tech industries, but mainly for higher skilled work, but positive implications for lower skilled workers. So then the question is, what are the implications here for development? We started out with this question of services-led growth, thinking and the hypotheses at the beginning of Krugman and Koronek and Stiglitz that this was going to have negative implications for countries with comparative advantage in lower skilled labor. Appears that this isn't particularly the case with India. It seems more negative implications to the higher skilled workers. But of course, lots of questions remain over whether that matters. Does this matter that there are less higher skilled jobs? Of course, higher skilled jobs are generally better jobs everywhere. So within these firms, these negative consequences for this type of work, we need further work to really understand the extent to which that matters. But of course, we caveat here, this, of course, there was to some degree a negative story, but as we said, this is non-tech industries. So at the same time, you're obviously seeing a very big increase in probably high-skilled jobs in the producing industries of AI, and these are only in the ones that are consuming, so it could well be shrinking of one, or negative implications within firms in one sector and less so in the others. We also, when we look at the district level, we don't find any statistically significant effects, suggesting this could be netted out elsewhere. But also very surprisingly similar findings to various papers in the literature for the US and the UK of these negative implications for higher skilled work, and less so for slightly lower skilled work, like Michael Webb's paper and a few others. So I'll stop there and look forward to questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you want me to take the clicker?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I think that was an excellent research presentation on the diffusion of AI in India. I'd start with any questions from the audience. If not, I've got about, oh, please, go ahead. No, after you. Go ahead. Go to the audience first.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask two questions. One, your final point about what you said, AI producing and AI consuming. What do we know about how much in-house AI skill is needed, and typically what are the tasks performed in-house, and how much is AI as a technology which is off the shelf, procured from AI purchasing firms? And the final question I had was, were you able to disentangle the scale or substitution effects of changes in employment?
Shall I answer?
Yes.
Yeah, so to the first question, so this question about are firms, to what extent do they hire a machine learning engineer versus to what extent do they use off-the-shelf tools? So you might not, is that correct? Yeah, so I think that's really the crucial question that we don't know is the answer to, but I think the research of many people in this room who are working directly with firms can come at that question. What we did was just looked at all of these like McKinsey type studies, people who've run studies with firms, and asked them how are they using AI. But of course, like now with tools like ChatGPT, you could see many people would be able to use AI to a higher degree now than they would have 1 or 2 years ago because of those tools. But I think our thinking on this is, given this is up to 2019, maybe those tools like TensorFlow and PyKit and these things, anyone could pick up and work with them, but you probably still would hire a machine learning engineer or someone with at least reasonably strong software skills or understanding of algorithms. But we can't say for sure. And on the second question, scale, which affects disentangling?
If it changes total factor productivity and makes a firm more competitive, the firm expands versus the substitution effect of replacing one worker by another.
Yeah, so we are only, as our only data set here is this online job adverts data, we don't have the data on their balance sheet. So we're not able to look at productivity, although we've now tried to match to the Indian census data to get more information on that. But so we're only able to look at whatever they put on this platform. So it's just their job ads. But what we are finding within the firms is these positive impacts of hiring machine learning engineers as being outweighed by the negative impact of hiring less of everyone else. So it does look as though the displacement effect, the substitution is outweighing the creation. But of course, that's only within the firm. And we don't know, maybe then slightly down the line, they become more productive or they're positive. There's probably a story of rising demand elsewhere in the economy and say the tech industry. And maybe what we're picking up here is just finance and professional services. But we want to look into that more because I think that's really crucial.
So I'm thinking about one of the comments Avi made about the centralization of decision making. And I'm thinking here, when you mentioned establishment here, but you've also used firms. I mean, are you able to see different effects of managers, say, in the headquarters versus in the, say, branches, the other sites of the firm? Is it like economies of scale in management? So now you have one super good manager at the headquarters and you don't need them all in the little plants. And so can you distinguish the within firm, sort of the headquarter versus other sites?
Yeah, I think this is a really good question and something we wondered ourselves. So in our data, because we only have establishment level information, so we can't actually link them back as far as I'm aware, but we are trying to actually link them together with firm by extracting the firm names. And then we could look at that, and then we would really like to look at this because I think this is really important because it could be, that what we're picking up is the one establishment of this multinational, but actually its headquarters is expanding and they hire less corporate managers. So hopefully once we've got the firm name matched linking version, we can then answer that question.
Yeah, I think just building off of that, there obviously is a substitution effect away from certain types of occupations or tasks to others. And similar to what John said in Avi, there's this importance in decision making and the fact that artificial intelligence is doing a better job of that. I guess within the text data from the online postings, you could identify, say, tasks around decision making and see whether or not there's any link between that and what you find.
Yeah, so I guess then we could look at, so when we see this declining demand for corporate managers, whether we see elsewhere that there's but I guess it's hard to get at what the machine learning is being used for, but this was something I've long thought that there might be ways to understand. When they describe roles, they often talk a little bit about like, this is going to be used for X or Y to get more at what it's being used. But it would be interesting if you could see that it was being used for centralizing decisions or like creating automated ways to make managerial choices, which does sound like a reasonable hypothesis.
Great. Do we have any other questions from the audience? If not, we're going to take a coffee break for those that are in person, and for those that are attending online, you can join back again at 11:40, where we will have session B, which is on firm reorganization and AI. But we will have a talk first by Yoav Bonaviv from Harvard Business School and Jonathan Timmis from the World Bank. Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. I hope you had a nice rested coffee break, and I hope you use the coffee breaks not just to refresh yourself, but also to network and to meet all the experts and people interested on the theme of artificial intelligence, policy, and business. So thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to theme B, which is quite an exciting one. This one is looking at the implementation of artificial intelligence within firms and measuring the reorganizational effect around this. The first presentation is going to be by Yav Bozhinov, who's from Harvard Business School, and he's going to present a paper on nailing prediction, experimental evidence, and the value of tools in predictive model development. So really looking at within the firm and the accuracy of these type of predictive models that was previously discussed by Avi Goldfarb. And then after him is going to be Jonathan Timmis. We had to make a slight moderation to the agenda because one of our previous speakers couldn't make it. So John will be stepping in and giving a presentation on the effects of capital incentives on cloud adoption, big data, and the diffusion of artificial intelligence. So thank you for coming back to this event. Let's welcome people online as well to participate, and I please encourage everyone to actively engage in questioning and answering throughout. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. You guys can hear me? Great. Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you so much for putting on this amazing event. I've had a blast so far this morning, and I'm excited for the sessions after that. So with this talk, I'm going to sort of flip things around. I think in the past, people have really focused on looking at sort of the consumption of machine learning and AI. So a lot of the talks we've heard have really been around, are companies doing this? Are companies sort of using AI? Are they leveraging? But here we're going to flip things around and we're going to focus on, well, how do you build these algorithms? How do you build them effectively? And in particular, what we're going to try to do is actually study the people who develop the algorithms. So we're going to flip that perspective. So, just to highlight, this is joint work with Daniel Yi, who's going to be on the job market next year. So if you're a faculty and you're going to be recruiting, look out for him. He's amazing. And then the other student is Paul Hamilton, he's only a first-year student, so he's got a few more years before you can steal him away. All right, so as we've seen, AI is highly visible. It is almost everywhere we look, right? So if we pull up online and we pull up a news article, we'll probably see some sort of screenshot of something like this, which is ChatGPT, the fastest growing app of all time. So it sort of gives this illusion that maybe algorithms really are absolutely everywhere and they're touching pretty much everything we're doing. So here, for example, is Netflix. Who has Netflix? Pretty much every person in the audience has Netflix. Well, if you have Netflix and if you regularly use it, then you're probably subject to one of their many different algorithms, which determines essentially what you end up watching. It determines whether you watch more movies, whether you watch more TV, etc. But what we've heard already this morning is that maybe the distribution of AI is not uniform. It's not across all tasks and all businesses. And in particular, here I just have a simple screen grab from the 2021 AI Index report. And as you can see here, we basically have the different functions and the different industries. And this is just looking at sort of AI adoption within those. And as you can see, it really is not uniform. So even in areas where in one particular, in industries where there is really high level of adoption for one particular function, there may not be high levels of adoption for other functions. And this kind of led us to ask this question, right? Like, how can AI be so unevenly implemented across businesses if the technology that is underlining this is public knowledge, right? Like, this is all built on, typically on open source libraries, using machine learning methods that have been written in academic papers that we can all just pick up and we can read, and we should be able to implement. Now, if we look for an answer to this, we can sort of go back around 10 years, and the prevailing idea was that the thing that explains this is worker skills, right? We need workers that are able to implement this. Not every single person can just pick up a machine learning NeurIPS paper and go to their laptop and actually implement this and start driving value. okay, so we thought, okay, maybe that's true. Skills are, of course, really, really important. And then what's happened in the past 10 years is that the number of people with the necessary skills to implement AI and machine learning has rapidly grown. And we've seen this in some of the talks earlier. And the demand for these skills has also gone up. So maybe this should lead to some sort of leveling out, but we still haven't seen that. And the other thing that's also really interesting and got us to wonder is, in addition to these skills and these technologies, there's been this really large growth in the prevalence of tools. And what I mean by tools is basically an implementation of a methodology. A methodology is a conceptual idea, and a tool is an implementation of that conceptual idea. And here, it got us to thinking, why are there so many different tools? If this technology is public knowledge, you should all be able to implement it. Why are there so many tools designed to actually implement this methodology? And here I just have some examples of it. On the left, we have like the cloud infrastructure. Each cloud provider has their own machine learning frameworks. And then in addition to that, there's a lot of open source machine learning software libraries, things like Python packages like sklearn, PyTorch, Hugging Face for NLP and for LLMs. And then in addition to that, companies also build their own internal set of tools. And these tools tend to be wrappers for essentially open source technologies and packages. So just to make things really concrete, let me just walk you through an example from LinkedIn. So this is LinkedIn's Pro ML workspace. This is from their blog. I forgot to put a link on there, but it's all public knowledge. I'm not disclosing anything. So this is basically an integrated platform for rapid AI development and deployment, and it allows you to do several different things. It allows you to generate data and feature engineering. It allows you to offer, train, and evaluate models. It even allows you to experiment with these models on real customers, and then it allows you to actually deploy them, and then eventually to even monitor their health. And the whole point of me showing you this, and here are just some screenshots, is again to sort of emphasize, right, if it was really just the technology and the skills, you wouldn't see these types of tools becoming so prevalent, right? These tools are basically implementations of these methodologies. So this led us to the following question. What is the effect of tooling on predictive model development, and how does its effect compare to the effect of the methodology on predictive model development? So what we're going to try to do for this first question is we're going to decouple technology into the methodology, which is the conceptual ideas, and tools, which were the actual implementations of that methodology. Okay? And why is that useful for us? Well, it's going to help us understand, hopefully, why we're seeing some of these differences in algorithmic developments, and it will give us a better sense of what actually leads to AI and ML development, not just the consumption of it. The second thing we're going to look at and try to answer is, how does tooling interact with skills? Right? Are tools and skills complementary, or are they substitutes? And that's really important because we already know skills are really important. So what is that interplay between skills and the tools and the methodologies? Now I'm going to define everything formally in a little bit, but I just wanted to give you a sense of where we're going. So how are we going to try to answer this? Well, I love to run experiments. So my first idea was, let's just run an experiment. And that's exactly what we did. So we ran a real-world machine learning prediction competition that leveraged Kaggle and allowed us basically to take a bunch of we focused mostly on students, but a lot of them sort of had work experience. I'll tell you a little bit more about the population in a moment. And we basically removed access to advanced machine learning libraries. And you might be thinking, okay, why did you do that? Well, it turns out it's really hard to build new tools, but it's much easier to just take away access to tools, right? And if we do 1-, that gives us a sense of what the effect of tools is. Okay, so here's a quick outline of what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend a little bit of time just talking about the conceptual framework that we're engaging with. Then I'll give you some more details about the experiment that we designed. And then finally, I'll share some of the results and the implications of the results that we've seen. So the conceptual framework is, let me just take a step back and think about the steps that a typical machine learning project goes through. The way I like to think about it is there are 5 stages in a typical project. The first one is the selection. This is about the prioritization and the effective sequencing of an idea. The second one is the development. This is the actual model building exercise. The third step is the evaluation. This is the experimentation, the A/B testing. This is trying this model out in the real world to see, does it actually work? The fourth step is the actual deployment. This is the release and scaling of the algorithm. And the final step is the management. This is sort of the continuous monitoring, improvement, etc. And I think it's useful to separate all of these steps because very often when you're looking externally from a company and you ask questions around, and we were talking about this offline during the break, right? When you start to ask questions around, are you using AI? The impact of the AI and the machine learning will depend on what stage you've got in it, right? You could be using AI where you're just doing some basic experimentation and you haven't done wide-scale deployment, right? So it could look like you're actually underestimating the impact of these technologies. So I think that's something that we're going to see that's going to change over time. All right, so in this talk, I'm just going to focus on the development, and because Avi's here, I'd like to take, well, he left the room for this, but that's fine. In spirit, he's with us. And he's got this wonderful book on the prediction machine, and now he has the new book as well. And really, what we're going to be looking at, right, what are the drivers of predictive model development? And if you look at his book, and if you look at a lot of other books and articles, people typically say there are 3 things that drive product development, predictive model development: data, compute, and models. Data is how an empirical reality is represented. Compute is how computational resources are structured and employed. And models are how models are structured so as to capture empirical realities in the data. And this is what people usually say, okay, if you want to improve machine learning, you have to either improve data, compute, models. But what we're suggesting is there's an additional dimension to this matrix. And the first hint of this is, of course, this older literature on the use and the value of skills in the impact of technology. So as I mentioned already, and here is sort of the formal definition, we're going to take this technology and we're going to break it up. And again, just to underscore, I think these definitions are quite important to understand. What we're saying is the methodology is basically the abstract conceptual knowledge of how to solve a problem. Think of this as like a paper that someone wrote, right? That doesn't mean that you'll be able to leverage it. It just means there is some solution that you can read about. That's the conceptual methodology. The tooling then is the implementation of this methodology, and this could be a combination of hardware and software. So if we come back to this picture, here's a couple of examples of what the methodology looks like for data compute models. So for example, for data, it could be the split, apply, combine framework. It could be one hot encoding, or it could just simply be more observations, right? That's a sort of another conceptual idea within data. For compute, it could be things like the backpropagation algorithm, or just acceleration through GPUs, TPUs, etc. And then for models, this is the thing we're all familiar with. This is your regression models. It's your random forest. It's your BERT if you're looking for large language models, etc. Then the tools, just to give you some more specific example, this is things like R's dplyr, Python's Panda, PostSQL, and then for the computing, it's things like PyTorch, etc. And then for the models, it's things like sklearn, Hugging Face transformers, AWS SageMaker, etc. These are all examples of tools. So what we're going to aim to do in this project is we're going to focus on comparing the access to tools relative to the methodology when it comes to sort of more observations, because it turns out it's really hard to remove people's knowledge, so we can't do that, and it's really hard to give people new knowledge, so we're not going to do that. So we're going to try to do the simple comparison, but in particular, we're going to really, really focus on this value of tools just to give us a sense of how important they are. And of course, the skills, they're going to be really critical, and in particular, we're going to actually differentiate between 2 different types of skills. We're going to define general skills, which is basically your ability to solve a data science problem. And we're going to also assume that people have this sort of either data, domain, computing, or model-specific skills. And this is going to be really interesting because it's going to turn out that the impact of tools is going to be different when you interacted with the different types of skills that I'm introducing here. So more on that later. Okay, so just to give you a quick takeaway for our results. So for our first research question, we're going to show that the restricted access leads to a log-log score drop by about 30%. So that's a huge economical and huge statistically significant result, which hopefully isn't that surprising. The second thing we're going to be able to show is that this is roughly equivalent to reducing the training data set size to 10 to 15% of its starting point. So that means if you have 100 data points, the impact that you'll see is equivalent to using, say, 10 data points to train your models, right? That's a huge loss, like a huge meaningful loss. Then for the second question, what we're going to show is that it turns out tooling does not interact with an aggregated measure of skill, which is really surprising. It basically means that if you're high skill or low skill, the effects of tools is kind of the same. But things get really interesting for specific and for general skills. So we're going to show that tools are actually complementary to specific skills, but they're actually substitutes to general skills. And this is going to suggest that there's some sort of mechanism at play that allows tools to encode general skills, and it sort of changes the type of skills we need to develop effective models. So I'm going to get really specific about this in a moment. All right, so let me tell you about the actual experiment that we ran. So what we did was we basically ran 2 parallel Kaggle competitions. So for whoever's not familiar with this, this is basically a website where you can put a holdout data set and then people can upload their predictions and then you give them a score on how accurate those predictions are. We're going to basically get all of our participants to complete a prediction task, which is going to be a simple binary prediction task, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. And then our treatment, again, I'll tell you even more about it, is we're going to restrict access to advanced implementations of advanced machine learning methodology. So we're going to block things like random forest, gradient boosting, neural networks. But we're not going to block their ability to write their own random forest function. We're just going to block the ability to use the tool that implements it. And of course, no surprise, no one actually tried to implement it themselves. But I was joking actually with people earlier that, okay, maybe with generative AI, our result is going to have to be thrown out of the window because now I can go to ChatGPT and say, give me the Python code for building a random forest. And we're actually running a follow-up experiment to see if that is actually true. I don't have any results on that yet, but I am aware of this. So if that was your question, yes. Great question. That means you're listening and thinking. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about the recruitment and the randomization. So we basically focused on basically leading US universities, and we recruited around 400 teams. Teams could be pairs or individuals. Most people chose to do it in pairs because it's more fun to work with someone else. And we got about 400 people sort of signing up initially. When it came to game day, of course, a bunch of those people didn't actually follow through. And we had about 122 that started our Qualtrics survey, which is where people would input their background and skills, et cetera. So you can imagine this is the information we're going to use for our skills measures. So then what we did was, as they completed their Qualtrics, we just did a simple Bernoulli randomization. So we would just flip an independent coin, and with probability of half, you'd be assigned to the restricted group, and then with probability of half, you'd be assigned to the unrestricted group. So of the 122 teams that started, we had 61 and 61 in each of our groups. And then what happened was we required each team to make a submission to Kaggle and also to submit their Jupyter notebook with all of their workings. I'll give you more details about that in a second. And we had, as you probably expect, a little bit of a dropout. What's really interesting is we did a ton of analysis on this, and there was nothing systematic about the dropout. There was none of our observed covariates were predictive of who would drop out. And you might be thinking, oh, if I went onto this prediction competition and you had the restriction, I should be dropping out at a higher rate. But we didn't see that. We actually saw that people in the unrestricted class were dropping out at a higher rate. So, we did everything we possibly could to try to predict who would drop out. And there just really was no information, so we were going to treat this as missing completely at random and kind of ignore it for our analysis. But again, in the paper, there's lots of tables to justify this claim. I have some in the appendix. I don't think I'll have time to show you those. Okay, so the prediction task was taken from this Tarifi's pump repair, which is basically this really interesting data set that has a ton of different water pumps in Tanzania. And it has a lot of information on those water pumps. It tells you where they are, what type they are, who set them up, when they set them up, and so on and so forth. It even has the exact location, the altitude, etc. So really, really rich data set. And the task is very simple to predict, is this pump broken or is it fine? And of course, this is a really business relevant problem, right? We do this all the time in predictive maintenance. We want to figure out where should we send our people so that we're not wasting resources. This is the exact example that Avi gave around trying to figure out which pumps should we dig out, right? That's a very simple binary prediction problem that could be formulated in exactly this way. So it's a very generalizable problem that people are solving. The treatment, as I mentioned, is we removed access to advanced machine learning implementations, but we allow them to use constrained generalized linear models. So think logistic linear regression or constrained versions of it like Lasso, ElasticNet, etc. So all of that was fair game. They could use that. The thing we didn't do, of course, is we explicitly said you can use any of these methods, you have to implement them yourself. And then the other thing we said was you can use any function from those packages that is not a modeling function. So like scikit-learn, for example, has some really good functions around doing test train splits, etc., which are just useful from a modeling perspective and automate some annoying tasks. So we allow them to actually do that. And you might be wondering, okay, surely no one complied with this. We actually had 100% compliance, and we did automatic checks to make sure that everyone were complying, because what we did was we actually got everyone to use our custom-built Jupyter notebooks, which were through Colab. So I'm probably throwing a bunch of words that you don't know. If you're not familiar with Jupyter Notebooks, it's basically like a really nice graphical interface of coding and text, etc. It's really, really popular with data scientists today. And Google has an implementation. And what this does is it actually records diffs every 15 seconds. So we got this crazy rich data set of everything that every person was doing as they were developing these algorithms. So I think this is probably, as far as I know, the richest data set on algorithmic development to date. And of course, we have the Qualtrics survey, which is all of the background information. Then we have the Kaggle, which is the actual results. And that's really what we're going to be using for our sort of final measures. Okay, so there's two really primary outcomes. Of course, we have the treatment, which is just a dummy, whether you are unrestricted or restricted. And then our primary outcome is we're going to renormalize things, basically. So they're on this really simple 1 to 0 scale, which says 1 is like our best performer, and 0 is our baseline. Baseline is basically I put in the averages. I did no prediction. I just put in the averages. And 1 is, like, that is the person who did the best in the competition, has a 1, and then everyone is scaled between that. And this is just for simplicity of interpretation. One thing, actually, I probably mentioned, but I didn't make it crystal clear. We made sure in the randomization that the two groups, although they knew that there were two different versions, they had no idea what the rules were, and they had no way of communicating with anyone that was in treatment or control, and they could not see how those two groups were faring, and we had completely separate prices for those. So there was no interference across the two different groups, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have the additional data, and it lets us do really cool things like figure out where people spend their time, how the intervention changed people's focus, and I won't really have time to talk about this, but if you have interesting ideas of what we might want to do with this data, please come and speak to me at lunch or throughout the day, because I think we've just even started scratching the surface of this. Anyway, so let me give you some of the main results. So first, just to give you a sense of who we had in the study, it was people who graduated between 2016 and 2022, because we opened it up to alumni. People with undergraduates, masters, PhDs all participated. We had people from data science background, from physical science or engineering, social science, so a pretty broad representation. And then the thing that actually gave me a lot of hope in terms of generalizability of these results is that actually, a good chunk of our participants either had worked full-time as a data scientist, or they had done some sort of internship. So I think, of course, this is not a super representative sample, so I'm not going to try to say this is going to hold for everyone, but I think it gives us some sense that some of these results may be a little bit generalizable. And we had a pretty good balance between men and women as well, which I thought was quite nice. Okay, so let's focus on question 1. And we did a ton of different analysis, and let me just start off with just a density plot of the results. So remember, the score is, if it's 1, it means they did really, really well, and if it's 0, it means they did pretty poorly. And you can see the unrestricted class, which is the purple one, is sort of much more skewed towards 1, right? Those people tended to perform much better, whereas the restricted class is sort of skewed separate. And you can see there's this like bimodal distribution, which basically makes sense because some people tended to be better than others, and this is basically a distribution in skills. That's what we're seeing here. So we can do, this is where the 30% comes from, so we can do a basic regression, which is equivalent of just doing a t-test, right? So it's very straightforward. And we can see that the effect of being unrestricted is this 30%. That's the number I was giving you earlier. And we can include whatever covariates we want in there. Here I just gave you just a couple of examples. It doesn't really change our effect size. So this is very robust to putting in all of the measurable covariates that we have, or none of them, and we did balance checks. They were all actually perfectly balanced, so you wouldn't expect this, but again, this result is very robust to this. And of course, we can do non-parametric results, so we can do like a Kolmogorov-Smirnov test to see if the distributions are equal, they're not. We can do t-tests, etc. So we basically can throw whatever statistics you want, the result stands up to it. Now, the next thing I want to show you, and this I think is really clever what we did here, and basically, because we have everyone's code, we can rerun their models with less and less training data. So we can take the winners of the 2 competitions, and we can gradually retrain their model, say using 90% of the training data, 80%, so on, until we get all the way down to 0. And that's how you end up getting these curves. And what you can see is that unrestricted class, when it went down to about 15% of the training data, it performed as well as the restricted class best person. And then the average treatment effect, it will go down to sort of the average was 10%, which is where we get that 10 to 15% number. So that gives us a sense of how important these tools are relative to just the simple answer of let's get more data, right? Traditionally, if you're thinking through that framework, the data compute model, you would have said, oh yeah, just get more data, that will fix everything. But it turns out you actually need the tools. That's the thing that's really driving this under the hood. And then the other thing I want to emphasize is, you can start to think about alternate explanations. Could it be that people in the restricted or unrestricted class just worked a lot harder? And the answer is no, because we can actually track how much time they spent on this. And there is no difference across the 2 groups in terms of how much time they spent on this competition. Okay, so these are the results. I already showed you this. Let me focus on the second one. And here, remember I said we're going to split up skills into general and specific. And here, by general, we're going to look at things that capture statistical problem-solving abilities. And for specific, we're going to capture things that are really around experience with modeling or modeling tools. Now, what we did to get this, it's basically an index where we look at, we ask them 20, 30 different questions, and we aggregate those. Now, you can start to think about how robust are you to these definitions? Well, really robust. We played around with every possible version of this. You can add things, you can remove things. The numbers change a little bit, of course, but the high-level result stays unchanged. So again, I'm not going to show you all that. If you're interested, we have a nice paper that has many pages of appendices. And as we go through the review process, I'm sure we'll add even more pages of appendices. But these results are pretty robust. Perfect. All right, so here, what you can see is that unrestricted and high skill, no effect, right? This is when we're grouping general and specific. There's no heterogeneous effect across this. But as soon as we break out general and specific, we start to see an effect. And this is saying exactly what I said, which is tools are complementary to specific skills, but they're substituting general skills. So in a sense, let me just Yeah, I'll give you this intuition here because I think this is really helpful. One of the things we did was we got the best top 3 of each of the tracks to write a blog post on how they solved this problem. And this is a screenshot from some of the work that the person in the restricted group did. Remember, this is the person who didn't have access to advanced machine learning. So what they did was they spent a lot of time on feature engineering and actually plotted the longitude and the latitude of where these pumps were located, and they noticed there's a really interesting nonlinear relationship here, which they then manually codified, right? That's a lot of work. The unrestricted people just talked about the different models that they used. They talked about XGBoost, LightGBM, CatBoost, and so on and so forth. And that was really interesting to us because it showed that it changed the focus of what people were working on. But we didn't stop there. What we also did was we took the features that this person engineered and we ran it on the best unrestricted model, thinking, okay, maybe there's something there. Maybe there's something with these general skills that's actually really useful and you could have gotten an even further boost. And it turns out that didn't happen. Basically, the new features that were developed by this person in the restricted class didn't really drive any additional predictive accuracy. So that means, at a high level, that these advanced machine learning methodologies are able to codify a lot of this general knowledge that a data science degree will give you, which I think is quite interesting and quite striking. So this is what prompted us to sort of pose this idea that modeling libraries act as this substitution for general skills. But you only really get that advantage if you have the complementary modeling skills. And I'll give you some implications of that. Of course, in the paper, we have like 20, not 20, but like 5, 6 different mechanisms that we thought could also explain this, and we have data to disprove this. And this is the one that's really sort of the most prominent and prevalent. So let me give you a couple of implications because I'm running out of time. The first one is really around IT productivity. And here, really the big takeaway is, of course, technology and skills are really important. But I think we should think about technology as being broken into the methodologies and the tools that implement this. And this is sort of the first time that people have really tried to study predictive model development as an economic activity. And I think that that's quite interesting, and I think it's really exciting because a lot of the talks I hear these days are very much around the consumption of algorithms, but I think the production is also really interesting and worthwhile studying. And then the final thing, and this I think is really important for policy and sort of the managerial implications is, right, if you think about the types of skills, and we already, Avi got this question, right? We think about the types of skills people are going to need. There's 3 types of skills. You have foundational understanding, which is sort of data literacy, using your data for judgment and judgment for data. You have general skills, which is something you would obtain from a data science degree, right? This is really broad statistical and computer science knowledge. And then you have tool-specific skills, which are really experience with tools for implementing AI and machine learning. And what I think this research is suggesting is you don't really need that general skill. And it turns out that general skill is actually the hardest thing to give people. So what you really need to do is you need to develop tools that codify the general skills, and then you need to train your employees and your population on how to leverage those skills. Exactly like Evie was saying, we don't all need to know how a computer works, we just need to be able to use it. And that's essentially what this paper is saying, is the implications of skills and tools. And with that, I'm gonna stop, and there's a QR code for the paper, and I'm very happy to take some questions. Thank you all so much. Yeah, thanks.
Let's give a round of applause for that. Thanks, Yav, for a great presentation. I think you've built off of a lot of what the other presentations have provided us today, and that's a really strong understanding of what's going on under the hood in terms of AI development and what are the important components that are involved in predicting success. So thanks a lot for that. Let's start with the audience to see if we have any questions. Don't be shy.
Either this was an amazing talk or a terrible talk. If I answered all of your questions and no one got anything I said.
Yes.
Okay, a few questions.
Hi, Hi, thank you very much for the talk. I'm a data scientist at Choice Hotels International, so I think my job is directly relevant to your talk. And it is true that for us, we don't develop our own algorithm. We kind of just import like XGBoost models or some other models for our prediction models. But I guess the takeaway from your talk, it sounds like, is that we don't really need to understand how like models like XGBoost works. We just need to know how to import it and run it. But I guess the question is, okay, so there are like different models. Like, do data scientists still need some kind of interpret understanding to know which situation is certain model a more appropriate method to solve the problem than other models?
Yeah, I love this question. Thank you for asking that. And this is an important clarification that I wanted to make, that I should have made, and I skipped over because I got too excited. I don't think this is a result for data scientists necessarily. I think this is a result for sort of more broadly people who are not data scientists, right? Because the thing we keep hearing is that AI is going to be a part of your job. You're going to have to interact with it. And necessarily if you want companies to really leverage AI, you can't have a center of excellence where there are two people who understand this and you expect them to transform the whole organization, right? You need to enable and democratize access to AI. And what I think this research is saying is, of course, data scientists are extremely important for the vast majority of problems, but there's going to be a core set of problems which are kind of relatively, potentially easy to automate and to really have people leverage AI who are not experts in that area. And that's what this research, I think, is saying, is that if you're not an expert in that, that's okay. A lot of those expertise are codified by the tools that exist. And that's why I really wanted to underscore that point of using data for judgment and judgment for data, because you need that high-level understanding of, okay, this is this type of problem, we should solve it this way. This is this type of problem, we should solve it that way. You need that baseline understanding, because without that, you have nothing. But I think we are getting to this point where you will be able to leverage algorithms that you may not necessarily deeply understand exactly how they work. Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a really important point. Thank you.
I think we had a question there in the back.
Thanks a lot. That was great. I was just wondering if you could give a bit more context on behind these packages, how much time they're taking. Because obviously in your 48-hour experiment, no one's going to code up that package, right? That's too much of a, potentially too big an ask, or at least from an uninformed perspective. Yeah. So I'm wondering, whereas in a firm, those would be endogenously developed over a longer period, right? People would invest the time in building the package, which is going to be most useful for the sorts of skills. Just wondering if you could comment on, if you had a longer time frame, how things might change.
I think that's a really good question. And I think this kind of comes back to my comment on the ChatGPT one, because that's going to enable you to develop these kind of packages in a few seconds. So I think that when we have those results, I'll be able to give you a much clearer answer. But for now, I think, I think it's a really good question. So I'm not going to attempt to give you a very, very clean answer. I'm just going to say in like 6 months, I'll have a much better answer for you. But thank you for asking that. I appreciate that.
Anybody else? I did have one. I mean, I've read your paper a couple times. I have like 10 questions here, but I'll leave it to one because I know we have to continue with time constraints. But I was really interested. You talked about the policy implications and the managerial implications for users. I wonder, what are the implications for the actual tool developers? Mm-hmm. And what implications will they have when generative AI is much more widespread?
I think that's a great question. Huge thank you to Tim, because he's given us so much feedback on this paper, and this paper will not be in the state that it is if it wasn't for his amazing feedback. So thank you. Let me just start there. So I think this paper really emphasizes how important these tools are. And you very often hear questions around, why is a particular methodology more widely spread than another methodology, which may arguably be better? I think the answer is because the tools that implement it are just better, and people like to use tools. So I think this just underscores how valuable, if you're a methods person, how valuable it is that you actually develop implementations and packages to do this. And the interplay with ChatGPT is that it makes it much easier to do that, right? Because you can write your own pretty poor code, then you could go to generative AI and say, fix this and turn this into a really, really nice package, and it will do that for you. So I think it will just sort of lower the barriers, and hopefully it will mean that we start using even better methodologies because we have better tools to implement them.
Great.
Thank
you very much. Next up is Jonathan Timmis, who's going to talk about the implications of capital incentives on cloud, big data, and artificial intelligence.
So thank you very much. As Tim said, unfortunately, Martin Baraya couldn't be here today, so I'm standing at the last minute. And we have a paper joint with Tim, as well as Richard Naylor at the University of Nottingham and Nick Johnston at IEA. And the paper essentially looks at capital incentives, so incentives for tangible investments like tax breaks, and how that affects the diffusion of cloud and big data and AI technologies in the UK. So traditionally, back in the day, before we started talking about AI and whatnot, people thought of digital adoption in terms of, buying hardware and software, sort of 10 years back, and that's what people thought of in terms of digitalization, buying PCs, buying, servers, this sort of thing. And a lot of policies around the world incentivize tangible investments in these sort of tangible hardware and software. But then relatively recently, there's been several changes, such as the arrival of cloud computing, where instead of having to buy your own servers and so on, you can pay for a service through the cloud. Amazon buys the servers, you use Amazon's servers, and you just access them through the internet, and you pay for the service. And there's several papers find that use of the cloud is complementary to big data and AI. You need the ability to store and process lots of data on demand, which is often cheaper and more flexible through the cloud. So this paper essentially looks at a UK tax incentive, which incentivizes tangible capital investment, not just IT, all types of capital investment, but it includes IT as one of those incentivized investments. And then we look at when this tax incentive is imposed and subsequently changes, what happens to firms in the UK in terms of not only their investment in tangible assets, but more interestingly, what happens to their likelihood of adopting cloud or big data or AI. So I briefly touched on what is cloud computing. So, and the key thing here is it changes the way firms access IT. So previously you had this fixed IT capital. If you wanted to store and process a lot of data, you had to buy a lot of servers, and it was going to cost a lot of money. Nowadays, you can buy these services through the cloud. You still need basic ways to access the cloud. You still need some infrastructure, but they're not. But you don't need to necessarily pay for all these servers yourself. You can access these systems through the cloud. And so, starting from 2006, when AWS launched in the US, you can access all these services through the internet. So you have this sort of, this is the image here, the trade-off of an IT department installing all your own machines versus accessing a server farm through the internet. And why does this matter? Well, Tim and I have done some other papers before on cloud computing, and as you can imagine, the shift from a fixed costs, buying your own servers, to the cloud, which is a variable, flexible cost, is particularly helpful for startups and SMEs. They're often capital constrained, and so these types of firms particularly gain from cloud computing. So we have some papers, other people have papers on the US, showing that this particular SMEs and startups particularly gain from cloud computing. And as I said, this is a complement to the use of big data and AI. You need large amounts of data very often to train your algorithms, which needs large storage, large processing. And so several papers, not mine this time, have shown the complementarities between cloud, big data, and AI. So I mentioned briefly the policy we look at. So every OECD country has some sort of tangible capital incentive. at the moment. And these, can cover, subsidies or, tax rebates and various sorts of related programs. But every OECD country has some sort of tangible capital incentive, and very, very rarely do these cover IT services. So essentially, you're subsidizing buying your own machines and buying a server, and you're not subsidizing cloud. That's the whole idea of this paper. And what happens if you subsidize one part of this trade-off? So we take advantage of this UK capital incentive, which was introduced just after the financial crisis, and it's been modified several times thereafter, and now is actually a very large incentive that's got bigger and bigger most years. I think it's currently £1 million per year, which is quite big. And so the idea is if your own IT investment and cloud services are partial substitutes, then if you incentivize buying your own machines and servers, then you may be slowing down potentially the cloud. So the data we use is from the UK Office for National Statistics, essentially the Census Bureau of the UK. It's, in theory, representative data of almost all sectors and firms above 10 employees. We combine two main data sets. One is the annual business survey, which contains data on investment and other measures of firm performance and so on. And that's available annually. And then we combine this with the e-commerce survey, which is the same data that Flavio was mentioning earlier. Other European countries have a similar data. Essentially, this is the UK version of what Flavio was talking about for other countries. And it surveys technology use in firms. So we have cloud and big data and AI available, but only for certain years. And so what we do is assume in 2007 the use of these technologies was zero, which is what we've done in other papers. Before before the cloud was launched in the UK, you can safely assume adoption was zero. So our baseline analysis focuses on 2007 to 2013, but for some of the results involving big data and AI, we go to more recent periods, and we've done robustness checks of all different combinations of time periods. The results don't really change what we do. So this is the summary statistics of the firms we have in the matched data across all the years. So 34% of the firms have cloud of any type, but then we actually measure the particular use of cloud. So what cloud service are you buying? Is it cloud to be able to store your data, like data storage services? Is it cloud processing power, like you're buying? Or even simple things like using the cloud to host your email? Nothing terribly sophisticated necessarily. And so we measure these different cloud types. 26% of firms use big data, but only 1% use AI. It's very, very rare in the periods we look at. So we use the investment variable will be relevant because this determines eligibility for this tax incentive, which is why I mention it here. We'll see later that some of the thresholds for eligibility for this tax incentive are 50,000 in some years, 250,000 in others, and I mentioned 1 million in the most recent year. So just to give you an idea of how many firms are we talking about, the £50,000 incentive, which is the first year it's introduced, represents about 20% of our firms. So we have a reasonable number of treated firms versus control. So the allowance itself was introduced in April 2008 and then changed several times. All types of tangible capital was eligible apart from land and buildings. So vehicles, machinery, IT capital, in our case as well. So everything apart from land and buildings is eligible. And what you can do is a firm can deduct the investment up to this threshold from their pre-tax profits. So essentially you get a tax break on investment up to that amount each year. So you can spend 50,000 per year and get the tax back, the corporate tax rate back on that 50,000 in the first year. The actual calculation of the allowance is actually quite complicated. I'm not going to go into it, but it actually, you'll notice it changes several times and in different months. Sometimes it's March, sometimes it's December. And the actual allowance per firm depends on when your actual financial year is. So a firm having January to December financial year gets a different allowance to a firm having, April to March. And so but we have information on that. We know the exact financial year ends of every firm. And so based on this table, we can calculate the exact allowance every firm is eligible for that financial year. Where we follow the literature, we basically similar to the R&D tax incentive literature. There's quite a few papers on that, where you get a similar sort of system of, a tax break on R&D up to a certain amount sometimes. And we follow that literature, and I've listed some of these papers. And the idea is that firms with investment below these thresholds I've just mentioned in the previous table, they essentially have a lower marginal cost of additional investment, because every extra pound they invest up to that threshold, they get the tax back. Our estimation, we look at changes over time. So we look at within firm changes, and we look at the changes in this allowance, so both when it's imposed and changes over time. So when the threshold goes up, new firms are suddenly beneath this threshold and incentivized to invest more. If they invest more, they get to the tax back. Whereas previously, if you were above the threshold, every extra pound, you don't get any rebate. So we use the changes in this threshold over time to determine which firms get the reduction in their marginal tax rate, and therefore who's incentivized to invest more. I've said investment determines your eligibility up to the threshold, and obviously investment is an outcome. So it's the same thing with the R&D literature. You get a rebate up to a certain amount on your R&D, and then they look at how does that affect R&D. So the way we get around that is we used lagged investment before the AIA policy existed in 2005-06, essentially to determine eligibility, like an instrument, essentially. And that's a common practice in this R&D literature. So then you use this lagged investment, you compare it to these thresholds that are changing over time, and then you see what happens to these firms that suddenly, because the threshold increases, they suddenly get a reduction in their marginal costs of investment. Sorry, it's a bit tricky to explain this. I'm not a tax expert either. So this is the regression equation. I've said it's within firm estimation. It's essentially a difference in difference estimation, where we, as I said, we use these changes in this AIA threshold to determine who gets treated. The outcomes are investment, is what happens to investment of various kinds, and then what we're more interested in, the cloud data and AI outcomes. We have the firm and year fixed effects, hence the within firm estimation, and we define the treatment group, if the treatment dummy to be equal to 1 if the lagged investments measured before in 2006-07, as I said, is less than or equal to this AI threshold in any previous year. And we had some firm controls, but it doesn't really make any difference, the controls. So I will show some results. Because investment is available annually, we can do a nice event study plot. So this is if you're following the literature, there's lots of modern developments in differences and event study estimation. We follow one of them here. I won't go into details, you can ask me about it later, but essentially it's an event study where it compares people who got this, became eligible for this tax incentive compared to firms that haven't ever been eligible. And you can see around the time of the AIA change, there's no real pre-trend, so it seems like the firms that subsequently became eligible and never became eligible behave similarly. Their investment is pretty similar, but then you see a marked increase after they get eligible for this tax incentive, which is what you'd expect. It's what the policy is meant to do. It's meant to stimulate investment, so it does stimulate investment. The rest of the results will all be in regression tables because, as I said, we don't have the technology variables every year, so we can't plot this event study graphs in the same way. But we'll start with investment first and then go on to technology. So as I just showed in the graph, this first column shows the same thing, essentially, that investment goes up for the firms that become eligible for this tax incentive. And then we look at the different types of investment. Because if you remember, land and buildings wasn't eligible, so we're hoping that we don't see an increase in investment in land and buildings because it's not eligible. Unfortunately, we don't. We do see it for the other types, plant and machinery, vehicles, IT software. The observations are a little lower for some of these because they're not available in every year. But the policy works as it would expect. It was designed to stimulate tangible investment. It stimulates tangible investment. But what happens for these same firms in terms of their technology usage? So if you think, as I said, investment in servers and IT investment is a partial substitute for cloud, then you would expect these same firms who spend more on their own IT to probably spend less on cloud, or less likely to adopt cloud. Sorry, this is a dummy variable. And you can see that quite strongly here. These treated firms are 16%, well, 16.5% less likely to adopt the cloud. These are big numbers. And it's particularly the types of cloud that is useful for AI and big data. It's the cloud for storing data, and it's the cloud for processing data. We don't see anything for hosting email on the cloud. So given that we find that firms are less likely to adopt the cloud, and it's particularly the types of cloud relevant for AI and big data, it might come as well, I'll go back to that. No big surprise that when we look at what happens to the use of big data or AI within firms, this also slows down. So they're much less likely to use big data, they're much less likely to use machine learning, but we don't really see anything for natural language processing. I'll just go back to the previous slide. So then we also do lots of robustness checks on looking at which types of firms. I'll just present one here where we look at firm size distribution. Because you might remember when I started, I said cloud's particularly beneficial for SMEs and young firms because they're capital constrained, and so they like this variable cost rather than a sunk cost. So we looked at which firms in particular is their cloud adoption slowed. And you can see it's particularly these SMEs. So the firms that have the most to gain from cloud are the most incentivized not to use it because of the capital incentive policy, which is, and again, these figures are huge. If you look at the small firms and you add the two coefficients up, that's more than 30% less likely to adopt cloud. So these are really big numbers. So just to sum up, and then I'm very happy to take any questions. So we find that as a background, every OECD economy has some tangible capital investment incentive program. I mentioned one here in the UK. The UK had an earlier one that was specific just for IT for earlier years. So these are very common, and these often include IT as part of tangible investments. But in general, businesses are shifting towards services and towards intangibles. And so these policies that were designed for an era of tangible investment maybe are not so appropriate or need to be updated for an era of services and intangibles, because we find that these capital incentives, whilst they work as intended, stimulating tangible investment, they slow down cloud adoption, they slow down big data, they slow down AI, exactly for the firms that have the most to gain. So we think that policies designed sort of with an old school view of IT maybe need to be a bit updated. And I might say that some countries have actually started changing their incentive programs to include IT services as eligible, which is one of the obvious ways of, I guess, of not leading to this substitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. I think that was a nice look at the implications for policy and how it may be slowing down the diffusion of these emerging technologies. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Could you say something about the design of solutions to this that would incentivize investment in the cloud, and in particular, any incentives for hybrid systems that include both the capital investment in hardware and cloud services?
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess the rationale for these policies is that, firms are capital constrained, and you're trying to correct that market failure of paying for sunk costs. If cloud is flexible, then I guess the first point is that ignoring this substitution thing, is there a market failure? If it's really a flexible cost, what's the market failure that's stopping small firms adopt? I guess that's one point to start, that the market failures may be different. But there's definitely problems in terms of this inadvertent substitution you're causing and slowing down So I don't know the full details, but I do know that some countries, I think Spain, for instance, I don't know if you know any others, Tim, but include cloud expenditures as part of these incentives. So you can invest in a server, or you could spend the money buying cloud services, and that would also receive the tax break. So essentially, you incentivize both.
Any other questions? I guess if I would build off of Brian's question, I'd ask, should we just scrap capital incentives? Are they completely out of date, or do we need sort of a hybrid policy environment that encourages both firms to adopt in, say, hardware such as computers, laptops, and mobile phones, while at the same time encouraging them to substitute away from a physical infrastructure of digital technology within the firm to ICT services?
Yeah, I mean, it's even a broader point, because, we already incentivize some types of intangibles like R&D, don't we? But we don't incentivize other things like data or whatever, other types of intangibles. Or sometimes you incentivize skills training, potentially as well. So there's already a bit of a mix, and so it depends unless you don't think there's spillovers from data, that would be the argument, I guess, not to incentivize it. But I think if you made the argument that most of these intangibles do have spillovers, then it seems odd to be cherry picking some and not others.
Anybody else? Well, great. Oh, yes, please.
Hi, thank you. Quick question. So, the cloud has been around for a while now, and it's very mature. So, I'm surprised that there is still benefit from these tax breaks rather than moving all the data centers to the cloud and saving on hardware cost. Is that still the case?
So we have looked at it through time. I've said that choosing your end period doesn't change too much. We have tried to look at the different changes over time. It's difficult to look over time because you have both time is changing and the maturity of cloud, and the investment allowance is changing. So it's going up and up and up. So the treated firms are getting bigger and bigger. So it's not necessarily a fair comparison to say, oh, what happened when it first came in versus the most recent increase, and therefore, make a clear comparison. But the effects that we've seen are generally stronger at the earlier periods, which maybe is to your point, or maybe is also because these are the smallest treated firms, and they're the most capital constrained. So it could be either point. It's hard to discern, but good question.
Well, if there's no more questions, I'll say, why don't we transition to lunch for those that are in person in the room, and for those that are online, we will be back here at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you very much.
1, 2.
2. Oh, yeah, 2 p.m. Sorry, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. So thanks for lunch and great conversations I had with several people. We're now moving into theme C, where we're looking at the impacts of AI and big data on productivity. Unfortunately, Carol Corrado can't speak, so he's lost a voice, so unfortunately isn't able to be here today. But we have Danby Song from the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, and we have Professor Frederick Wazinski from Aarhus University. So we'll start first with Danby Song.
Thank you for coming this session. I'm Danby Song from KIET, and today I'm going to talk about my paper, AI Adoption and Firm Productivity. This paper is an empirical study that examines a firm's AI adoption actually increased the productivity in the South Korean context. Let me define the term AI used in this paper first. We follow the definition by Statistics Korea because the main variable we used for this study is the AI adoption at firm level, and that is generated by this Statistics Korea. Okay. And they define AI as the technology underpinning programs or algorithms capable of human-like learning, reasoning, perception, and understanding of natural language. So this definition is similar to that from OECD. When we look at the development and diffusion of AI, more businesses are relying on AI for their business operations. So firms are applying AI at very wide range, including managerial tasks, market or product analysis, and future projections and decision making. And AI is now considered as a new GPT, and it is expected that it may have an effect on every aspect of business operations, including international organization remaking and influencing its external competition and altering its consumer relationships. But there are limited empirical evidence on this topic. One possible reason is data limitation. There are few reliable and representative data sets on the firm AI adoption, and we can find that the very first surveys conducted by consulting firms typically covered the small number of large firms. So here's the research question of this paper. What is the effect of AI adoption on firm productivity? This topic has several challenges. First challenge is data limitation. So AI uses is actually considerably low nowadays, and also AI may have large firm bias. So for these reasons, the study using the firm level data is critical to find out the more accurate relationship between AI adoption and the productivity improvement. So to address this issue, our paper used the data set from Statistics Korea, which covers large number of firms. And the second challenge is endogeneity issue between the AI adoption and productivity improvement. We think that there may exist a reverse causality between those two, and also there exists the unobservable issue that may simultaneously effect on both of variables. So by applying the instrumental variables at firm level variable and industry level variable, we will gonna resolve this issue. And the last one is, it's hard to find what determines the relationship. So I mean that it's hard, the underlying mechanism to change the productivity, underlying mechanism for the productivity change is not that easy to find by analyzing the AI adoption and productivity. So to resolve this issue, we are going to see other moment changes within the firms in this paper. So this paper will provide an empirical evidence for the effect of AI adoption and firm productivity. To show this, we're going to use unique firm data, the firm-level AI adoption, and firm and plant-level performance data from the Statistics Korea. And we have 3 key findings in this paper. First one is, actually we could not find the significant result between those AI adoption and firm productivity. That is consistent in both of OLS estimation and the IB estimation. But we do find the productive improvement to the certain specific firms, such as multi-plant-owned firms. And they also shows that by adopting AI, they narrow the productivity gap among the plants within their own firm. So multi-plant firms means that the firms that have more than 2 plants within their entirety. So this paper contributes to AI literature with comprehensive empirical analysis employing extensive firm-level data. There are a growing number of studies on this topic. We can find that many papers try to find the accurate proxies to measure the AI adoption at firm level. But although those efforts are tried, the results, I mean that the relationship between AI adoption and firm performance is still mixed results. Some of the results shows that the productivity improvement has not shown, and that is called as modern productivity paradox. And the heterogeneity across the different firms also found. And these days, the papers on this topic started to consider the endogeneity issue to get more accurate results between the AI adoption and firm performance. Here's an outline of this presentation. Firstly, I will talk about the data set I used, and then we will move to the estimations and go to the conclusion. This data set, this paper used 2 data sets. We combined 2 data sets. One is the data set based on the firm level data. The other one is based on the plant level data. This is the first one and constructed by the firm level. And it is survey based on the wide-ranging survey of firm activities across all industries. All the Korean firms with 50 or more regular workers and roughly around 200,000 USD in capital have to answer this survey. And I will call this survey as SBA. And SBA start to survey the respondents on the adoption of new technologies, including the AI. The reference year is 2017, and they directly asked the respondents whether the firms have adopted any of the new technologies, including AI, and those responses compiled by binary variable. So this is the example of their question. One issue can be raised for this question because they did not distinguish the development and adoption in their question. So the example question is your company currently utilizing or developing the first industrial revolution technologies, and then firms can move to the next questions. So this paper will use the direct measure using the Statistics Korea survey. Let's see the indirect measures of AI adoption, which is widely used in the previous studies. Previous studies indirectly measure the use of AI using a proxy variable, such as job postings or patents related with AI skills. Using the proxies, it is difficult to confirm whether firms use AI technologies in production process. For example, the patent data may exclude the instances of adoption through the outright purchase or licensing, and the job postings also difficult to distinguish whether the demand for AI is for development or adoption or preparation. Of course, the direct measurement also have pros and cons. And actually, before we lightly discussed the direct measure, we used also hard to distinguish the development and adoption. But we're gonna talk about this issue later on this presentation. This is the snapshot of AI adoption rate. Surprisingly low rate is seen. So based on the all industry ratio, we can see that in 2018, around 3% of adoption rate is. And this is the share of AI adoption. And this is a similar result we've seen in the morning session. So larger firms and younger firms has a high ratio. Larger firms and younger firms shows a high adoption ratio. And one interesting thing is this is the result among the Korean manufacturing firms. And the first graph shows that AI sources they use. So more than 80% of firms answer that their AI source is based on their own development. Actually, self-development includes the 100% development and also collaborations with other outsourcing firms or universities, etc. So this is the one reason why we think the recognition of adoption and development may not that critical issue in this data set. And another data set we used in here is the mining and manufacturing survey by the Statistics Korea. This is plant level data. So the final sample is defined as establishment in the manufacturing sector and their production facilities. So, and we are going to consider only manufacturing industry that has pros such as it can relieve the heterogeneity issue in the AI adoption across the industries, and also it can relieve the little bias due to the broad recognition of development and adoption, because the manufacturing industry already shows that their AI sources are mainly based on their own development. This is our main variable used. The explanatory variable is AI, and this is direct measure. That is 1 if a firm adopts AI, or otherwise it is 0. Let's see the statistics between the AI adopters and non-adopters. Generally, firms adopting AI are very superior to others in terms of performance. As you can see in this table, almost all variables have higher values at firms that have adopted AI. I think this implies that there may exist overestimation risk for the performance. So that's another reason why we have to use IV estimation to correct those issues. Before we go to the estimation results, let's see the previous studies first. The previous studies on AI adoption and firm productivity shows that the inconclusive results. So the reason for that is probably first one is the limited data set and the measurement issues to detect the AI adoption, and the other one is endogeneity issue, we think. So that's why this paper tried to solve these three issues in here. And previous studies also shows insignificant results, and to discuss those insignificant results, there's a productivity paradox concept. And about the insignificant improvement, some studies say that probably there exists a time lag between the adoption and the learning time and the full installation. Or some studies say that probably AI is not that influential technology than our expectation, compared to our expectation. So despite all the positive or negative or insignificant relationship, the current empirical evidence gives little information about the underlying mechanism for the productivity change. That's why we try to another moment within the firms to find out these mechanisms. Here's our model specification. We estimate the relationship between AI adoption and the firm productivity using this model. The dependent is labor productivity. The reason why we firstly employ the labor productivity is it is more intuitive to interpret, and I think it's less sensitive to compare to the TFP, and it's easier to compare with the previous studies that used labor productivity. And as a control, we include the firm level data and industry level characteristics and years, etc. But we still have endogeneity issues in here. So we employ the instrumental variables in here to address the endogeneity issue. The first instrument is industry level variable. Actually, this is an AI adoption rate within the same industry. The reasoning is we think that the AI adoption ratio within the same industry increases, the competition and the knowledge diffusion would increase, and that may spur the AI adoption of firm I. And at the same time, other firms' AI adoption may not directly affect on firm I's productivity. So we think the exclusion restriction is satisfied in here. And the other instrument is firm level instrument, and that is named BEAM. It is a combination of new technologies, including big data, IoT, and mobile. The reason why we choose these three is based on the previous study by Cho et al. 2022. This study shows that in the Korean manufacturing industry, there's a pre-existing technologies before adopting AI. That is big data, IoT, and mobile. So we think that those have really highly correlated, and now we have to see the exclusion restriction, and by doing the simple regression between these three three, technology adoption and productivity, we could not find any significant results. And also, as you can see in this graph, when we compare the non-adopters and adopters of AI, then we can see that the productivity movement is diverged, but the non-adopters and adopters of new technologies, not AI, they shows very similar pattern trends for their productivity movement. So we think that these three new technologies may satisfy the exclusion restriction in here. Here's the results. We can see that there's no significant result in here. The only thing we have to see in here is the IV estimation result shows the magnitude increases, and that means IV estimation corrects the overestimation risk in here. By doing the same estimation, we found that the productive improvement occur among the multi-plant-owned firms. It is about 50%. And now we want to see why this improvement happened. So we're going to see the AI adoption and plant productivity gap within the firms. So before we move to the estimation, let's see the descriptive statistics between the multi-plant firms and single-plant firms. Higher levels of sales and other employment productivity and age and AI-related technologies are shown in the multi-plant firms. We estimate the relationship between the AI adoption and the productivity gap within the firm. Our dependent is named as gap, and it is the productivity difference between the plants within a firm. So when we estimate the results, then we can see that the estimation results show a narrowing of productivity, the productivity gap between the plants due to the AI adoption. So in sum, we could see that in the previous estimation, we found that the firms with multi-plants has a productivity increase from AI adoption. And at the same time, we could see that the productivity gap between the plants within those multi-plant-owned firms has decreased, and we think this implies underlying mechanism why the multi-plant-owned firms shows the productivity increase by adopting AI technology. Unfortunately, it's difficult to grasp the directions of productivity movement in each plant within the firm from this estimation. So here's conclusion. This paper used the large samples in South Korean context, especially for the manufacturing industry. And we also tried to address the identification issue, and that may generate the more accurate result we expect. And from this estimation, we got the insignificant result for overall, but as for the special type of firms, we could find that the productivity improvement can be shown, and those mechanisms should be considered when the policymaker tries to make the policies or supporting aids to spur the AI adoption for their firms' performance improvement. again, we found that AI adoption may not lead the productivity gain for the firm overall, but multi-plant firms have shown the productivity improvement from the AI adoption. And they really shows that the reductions in the productivity gap among the plants within their firm. We still have some limitations and implications for the research, future research. We have no metric for the quality of technologies or for the degree to which firms are making this investment and acquisitions. So we're only able to capture the extensive margin, not the intensive margin of AI adoption. I think this is another example of cons of the direct measure of AI adoption. And the adjustment costs some firms may face in implementing AI may take longer to recoup. So performance gains probably require additional time for smaller firms to achieve. And another limitation is our study is only for manufacturing firms. So since the sectors have heterogeneous, sectors are very heterogeneous. For example, the service sector may have very different results compared to the manufacturings, but we could not find those results at the current paper. This is the end of my presentation, and if you have any comments, suggestions, and questions, let me know.
We need a microphone for you. Thank you very much, Danby. That was excellent. So have we got any questions for Danby?
Thank you for the presentation, very interesting. One question, from your data, are you able to tell what explains the reduction in the productivity gap within multi-plant firms? Is it due to reduction in labor? Is labor being substituted, or better monitoring, or centralized decision-making, or something else?
I think that's a very good question. We want to see what drives the reductions, and actually, we tried another regression using labor changes and wage changes, and there's no significant changes or effects from the labors. So that's another reason why we think that AI adoption actually increased the value added, not influencing on the labor demand. And we also controlled the number of employees, and we also checked that the number of, or the increase or decrease of labor does not seen in this estimation.
Yeah, so I'm the next speaker, but anyway, great presentation, thanks a lot. So I'm just wondering two things. So first, you find that multi-plant firms gain from AI adoption. So I was wondering if you had an idea about the mechanism, in the sense that maybe firms can spread the resources more across plants, and that would be an explanation. And then the second thing goes back to the productivity paradox, and I think it's related to the previous question, is that if you remember your graph on the evolution of productivity, it was actually going down, which is against what you would expect. And so that's going to be my slide number 2, by the way. But yeah, I was wondering what you could say about why productivity has been declining in Korea in general. I mean, there's been a general productivity paradox, but is there something specifically Korean about that? Yeah.
Thank you for the question. For the productivity, I will answer about the productivity first. Actually, that graph is a simple average product by firm. And we could see that compared to the standard year, the average productivity of each firm decreasing for certain groups. And you may know that actually there's issues on slowing down the productivity growth. And that's, I think that's part of that. And when we spend out the years, actually that year is from 2017 to 2019. And if we spend out the years, we can see that the productivity increase continuously increase into 2015, and then the increasing speed is very slowed down. And if we see those productivity by frontier and laggards, then we can see that the slowdown is faster for the frontier at Korea and at Korea. So probably there's some mechanism, but I don't know yet. But the productivity slowdown definitely occurs in Korea, and that's why we need to see the effect of AI adoption on productivity in our case. Yeah.
Any more questions from anyone? Tim?
I had a question. I noticed, when I look at the OECD statistics, I noticed when I looked at the OECD statistics on the diffusion of some of these complementary technologies impacting the usage of AI, Korea's sort of low adopters, for example, of cloud computing. And to what extent do you think that this may be contributing to some of the slowdown as well?
But what I think about the other new technologies is probably depending on the regions or the industries or countries, probably the effective new technology would differ. And that's one of the reasons why the specific new technologies shows very different adoption rate. And in Korea, the three new technologies are pre-existing technology for the AI, and that would differ for other countries. So probably as an infra technology, those differences may occur the low adoption rate for specific technology and others, I think, yes.
So I had a question. Actually, just getting at the sort of mechanism point that a few people have said, you actually have some quite rich information on how AI is used, don't you? Like in production or in sales or marketing and different things. Do you see these sort of convergence results for some particular type of AI, like to do with production? Could something like that give you more of a, if it's for one type and not for others, could that give you more of an idea of the mechanism of why we're seeing this convergence?
I think that's a good point, but I've not seen that in detail. But one thing I can say now is because this is manufacturing industry. Actually, most of AI use is focused on the productivity development and the business operation, the operating system and the process. So I have no.
Okay, Aditya, can we just get?
Just one general suggestion. I thought your paper was great, and as are a lot of the other papers that have been presented. But I think the notion of AI remains a little bit amorphous. And, I think there are great efforts to measure. But I think we need more stories and description of what is actually happening at the level of the firm. The kind of disaggregated data that Jonathan described may be a first step. But maybe some case studies as well to motivate the empirical analysis, because at the end of it, it's not completely clear what we should expect, and whether this is a force for convergence across plants within a firm, as we heard in an earlier paper, or across firms within an industry, or ultimately even globally, or is it a force for divergence? I think we'll have a lot to do with what is actually happening when firms adopt artificial intelligence. And I think after Avi's nice stories, I feel there's a little bit of a disconnect between the story and the description on the one hand and what we are measuring on the other hand.
Thank you.
Okay, any final questions? No? Okay, so thank you very much, Danby. We have Fred Wyszynski next.
How should I use this? Oh, I'll see. How did I switch? This the green button, right? All right, lovely. I don't know how much time you want me to speak. I have plenty of time, so I have 1 hour and 30 minutes now. So let me go to a full seminar. So let me start by thanking the organizers for this wonderful event. Very great initiative. It's lovely to interact with so many researchers from all around the world, talk about new research and about this really super hot topic. Cannot find a hotter topic right now than this. So it's my first time back in the US since COVID, and I'd forgotten about the lovely consequence of jet lag. So this is probably the worst time of the day for me to talk, but I'll do my best. My paper is very, very much related to the previous paper, and I really enjoyed the talk. So it's going to be an I/O perspective on the topic. So it's going to be very much related as well to to the measurement issues, measurement of AI, and also measurement of productivity, and eventually the relationship between the two. Right? So this study has been conducted in very, very close cooperation with Statistics Denmark. So we are extremely lucky in Denmark, and I think we had some discussions yesterday, to have this wonderful relationship with our statistical office. And it's really involves regular meetings and fantastic support in terms of explaining what the data means, how the surveys are conducted, how to match the data. So, and also access is very much easier than in other countries like the US or Korea. We can have remote access on our desktop computers in the office. So it's, and Statistics Denmark also has a great history to collect data in a very precise manner. So there's this culture in Denmark of close cooperation and trust, right? So firms actually do not really fear to provide information about these surveys, and they're also required by law to answer. So the answer rates that we get, the response rates that we get from these surveys is typically like 98, 99%, which is unheard of in other countries. So my talk is going to be very complementary to the previous one and to other of the other papers, in particular Flavio. So I'm also contributing to the AI diffuse thing. Although I'm going to go into more details, as I said, about the measurement issues. It's very much work in progress. There's no paper yet, but it's coming, and I'll explain you why that's been the case. All right, that was my long introduction. So let me start with the big picture, and I think the previous paper was already giving you an idea about that. So there's this general belief that AI, machine learning, is going to generate huge productivity gains, right, in the economy through various factors. And that's because, as has been stressed many, many times, it's a general purpose technology, so it's a platform that allows other innovations to spread, and therefore it has this snowball effect, right? But then we observe, as we've seen in Korea and as we've seen in most advanced economies, this so-called productivity slowdown. So productivity growth has been going down for 2 decades now, despite the fact that there's been a huge increase in investment in new technologies. So that's been referred to as the new productivity paradox, following Solow's old term that you can see computers everywhere but in the statistics. And that has led to some people to try to understand why that is the case, right? Why is there this mismatch between what we expect from the technology and what we see in the data? So by the way, this big picture story is based on this paper by Brynjolfsson, Rock, and Syverson, NBR working paper a few years ago already. I thing that's been published since. And so the main reason that they stress in that paper is, first of all, that maybe there was false hopes. Maybe we were expecting too much of that technology and it didn't deliver, right? That's been very easily discarded by many, especially the authors. Maybe it's too early to see the effects, and I think that came also in the discussion this morning, in the keynote. Maybe it takes some time for firms to learn how to use AI in an efficient way. And there are some implementation lags in AI to actually deliver results. And the last issue is mismeasurement. Maybe we cannot really measure properly AI, well, AI implementation. And that goes back to some of the discussions we had about the previous paper as well. So, this paper is really going to be about implementation lags and using panel data in order to deal with it, and also about the mismeasurement issue, about trying to come with some preliminary measurement of AI, even though it's not perfect. So the next question is, how do we actually measure AI? And it's going to be quite straightforward. It's hard, as we said. I mean, statistical offices around the world are trying to capture these concepts in a better and more precise way over years. So we're going to start somewhere, and we're going to start with a very simple measure, like Flavio and the previous paper. It's like yes or no. But then we're going to try to dig more deeper into what it means, and eventually go into more details. So once we're going to have this crude measure, we're going to see what can we relate AI to, and in particular productivity, and also workforce composition. And I'm going to explain exactly how we can do that in the Danish context, and explain in details the data, since I have so much time. All right. So main contribution of this paper, or this presentation, or this research project, let's call it that way. So we're going to use 5 ways of ICT use survey. It's a survey that is run in every single European country for at least 25 years. I'm going to focus on Denmark and to identify which firms are adopting AI in Denmark. So that's a question that's been asked since 2017. I'm going to merge this information with standard data sets that people have used a lot in Denmark, in particular standard accounting data, in order to estimate the production function or to come with a measure of value added per employee. And also a linked employee data set that's going to help us to measure workforce composition. So this is going to be the idea of data building, and I'm going to tell you more about that in a few slides. And then I'm going to document an extremely rapid diffusion of AI in Danish economy, an explosion in 4 years. I'm going to document as well a strong selection effect that's been stressed in several times previously. So more productive, larger firms are more likely to adopt AI, and therefore there is this correlation between productivity and AI adoption. But this is purely correlation. We would like to see if there's a causality, that actually AI leads to an increase in productivity. So I'm going to show you also that there's evidence of dramatic change in workforce composition, because we can very precisely measure what type of workers are being employed in firms. And we're going to show that firms that adopt AI are also more likely to hire high-tech workers, or techies, as has been referred to in the literature. That's probably not surprising, because if you get AI, you need people who can use it. I'm going to show that there's actually quite some complementarity between the use of high-skilled labor and the adoption of AI. All right? And then I'm going to show you also that in the short run, and it's very preliminary finding, and that's something I was hoping to get better results before here, but I haven't managed yet, some evidence that there's an improvement in productivity in the short run for firms adopting AI. So it's not only a correlation, it's a very simple diff and diff analysis that I'm trying to improve, but I'll tell you more about that. All right? So that's it, in case I don't make it in time, although I have doubts. All right, how do we measure AI? So, and I'm sorry, the screens are pretty tiny, but I hope you can read this. So every year, as I said, since 1999, Denmark Statistics surveys firms about the use of ICT tools. And at the beginning, it was very simple. They were asking questions like we used in the 1990s. What's the share of your workforce having access to a computer? Do you have the internet? What's the share of firms of employees having access in your firm to the internet, right? And so that was a measure of AI, of ICT, IT that people were using in 1990s, like Brent Jofson and others, Van Reenen and so on. So this survey is done in close cooperation with Eurostat. Well, it's actually every member state in Europe is supposed to submit the survey, but then every member state also has the right to add additional questions. And there's also a population that they have to target, but they can also decide to increase that population if they want to. In particular, Denmark being a very small open economy, it's 5.5 million people, by the way, so there are not so many firms, so they decided to actually lower the threshold to which firms were required to answer that question. So it's all firms with at least 20 employees, so which is a little bit better than in other countries. So it's altogether around 5,000 firms that constitute something like 80% of the Danish GDP. So as I said, questions evolve over time, and so introduction of robots, introduction of ERP, how much to use ICT in order to coordinate production. So it's basically a race against the clock. So statistical office is trying to adapt to the new developments of technologies and trying to improve the measurement. And so in 2017, they were simply asked 2 questions about the use of AI and the development of AI. So you ask, are you using AI? This is in Danish, by the way, but I can translate. And so the reason why I put that is that before the firms have to answer the question, they are explained precisely what AI means. AI or machine learning involves the use of computer software that provides access to data thinking, analysis, problem solving, and it could involve image, sound, or text analysis. And so it's basically giving a little introduction to firms about the way they are supposed to answer and to consider AI. And so they simply have to say yes or no. All right. So using simply this data set, and we have, so the question was asked every year since 2017, except in 2020, because it was decided at Eurostat level and also at Statistics Denmark that they didn't want to bother firms too much. They didn't want to have this administrative burden of having to answer same questions over again and limit the number of questions. So they decided to ask this question biannually instead of every year from 2019 onwards. But we can see that there's this huge increase in AI adoption from 6.62% of the sampled firms in 2017 to more than a third of the firms sampled in 2021. So huge, huge explosion of AI adoption. It's also concentrated, as has been shown previously, in a few sectors, and in particular in the high-tech service sectors like ICTs, information service activities, computer programming, firms that actually produce AI and also use AI, produce AI, and sell AI to others. But also widespread in wholesale, retail, legal and accounting activities, engineering and architecture, and a little bit in manufacturing as well, but not as much as in services. And so the 2 sectors when you see a lot of AI being adopted is computer, electrical, and optical equipment, not surprisingly maybe, and machinery. And machinery is one of the biggest manufacturing industry in Denmark. Okay, these are the figures, industry by industry. So the first line, you see the percentage of firms sampled in the industry that adopt AI. And the second line for each industry is showing you the number of firms that are sampled. So I only took industries that are large enough because of confidentiality issues, and also those that were the most representative in terms of AI use. And so you see, as I said, so information and service activities is by far the largest, also from the beginning, but also to the end. But you can see this huge evolution from 28% to 75%. And here a lot of people are asking questions, whoa, especially when you look at the switch from 19 to 2021, and that's something we discussed with Flavio as well, is that there is this little bit of a change in the definition of AI use. Well, it's not that little bit, but I'll tell you more about that later. Publishing activities involve software, and video games in particular. So this is also an industry that uses quite a lot, computer programming, et cetera, et cetera. But you can see this impressive increase in every single industry moving, and this really big jump from 19 to 21. And a lot of people will have doubts about that, but I'll come back to that. Yeah, it's too big to be true, you might think, but I'll try to convince you. This is just what the data says, that's what in the survey. I didn't mess it up. I hope not. Okay, now let me tell you, so we have this ICT use survey, and then of course if you want to address the issue of productivity and labor force composition, you need to find information about that. That's not in the survey itself. So I'm going to merge these 5 waves of ICT survey with standard accounting data and the linked employee data sets. So I always use this joke when I'm presenting and using Danish data. Using Danish data is like playing with Legos. You have a lot of little bricks all around, and you put them together in order to build your story. And so we have this unique firm identifier that we can use, and you have tons of surveys. Here, and then we can match all these things together. Of course, it's Denmark, it's a small open economy, but it's a fantastic laboratory in order to analyze all these kind of questions. So the linked employee data set, the Danish linked employee data set is pretty well known in economics. It covers the entire population of Denmark, and in particular, those that are employed. And for those that are employed, and that's starting in 1980, so we have this really huge panel over almost 50 years now. And that contains information about the occupational codes of every worker, the education, the age, the gender, where the person lives, and of course it's connected to the plant and to the firm where that person works. So we're going to use that data in order to identify high-skilled workers. And so there are 2 ways we can identify high-skilled workers. At least there are 2 ways I'm going to try to define it. The first one is very straightforward, is to use this category called techies workers, which in the ISCO classification, which is the ILO standardly used classification, is code 25. It's called the techies. And so if I go back again, it's in Danish, but it's basically work within the information and communication technology. And so that involves software development, web and multimedia development, system administration, design and administration of databases, and so on. So all these, and so this is also the way that many people have defined techies. Another definition, which is less, this is only very limitative in terms of high skill, right? It's only skill related to ICT, but you could also have engineers, for example, or people with different education or different job definition to be involved, to be considered high skilled. So we also have an alternative definition of tech workers that is a little bit more, more inclusive. And so I'll tell you more about that. And then there's the accounting data, which is pretty standard. It covers the population of firms in the economy, and it's what is used to compute GDP. So it's aggregating at the firm level to the macro level. And so I'm going to use mostly things you need for the estimation of production function, which is one of my specialized area, to get value-added capital and employment mostly. So turnover, operating revenue, and material use as well. So we can compute labor productivity as previously used, but also estimate the production function. And TFP. All right, let's talk about that. So stylized fact, once we match this ICT use survey and the linked employee data set, we find that the number and share of tech workers in AI adopting firms increases dramatically. And also before we observe adoption. By the way, I didn't say that before, but the first time they asked the question was in 2017, right? And they simply asked firms, do you use it or not? So firms might have had adopted AI before 2017, but we don't know that. So we see that before we observe adoption, you can see already an increase in the number of tech workers and especially in the industry, in the ICT industry. It increases from 57 to 63% in just 2 years' time. And in other sectors, we don't see that huge increase. So you see this really concentration of hiring of tech workers. Now, if you match with the accounting data, you also find that AI firms have an average 9.4 higher labor productivity than non-adopters. So quite a large. This coefficient is you can run that regression. It's very simple premium regression, as we call it. You can run that regression year by year, and you see that this coefficient is much larger for early adopters than for later adopters, which suggests, again, a really large selection effect. So this suggests, as has been stressed, huge selection of firms into AI, more productive firms adopting AI. But can we say something about changes, right? So that's going to be the next step. So I'm going to run a very simple diff and diff regression and also estimate the production function using AI as one of the variables in the production function. All right. So that's the coefficient for the adoption premia. So as you can see, so firms adopting AI have much larger value added, have much larger employment, so they're larger, and they have also a larger value added per employee, 9.4%. And they also have a much larger tech share, 11% larger tech share than firms not adopting AI. Right. No, this is the correlation that I stressed in the previous slides. Now let's talk a little bit more about dynamics. So I'm going to run two very simple regressions and trying to refine them. It's taking more time than expected. It's going to be forward-looking. So we're going to look at these early AI adopters, as we call them, so firms that declare to having adopted AI in 2017. And we're going to look at the change in these firm attributes. And firm attributes is going to be value added per worker and the share of tech workers. And it's going to be on the right-hand side. As you can see, it's a change. So it means it gets rid of the fixed effect and all the firm-specific components. And then it's going to be mostly controlling for industry and looking at AI adoption as a main right-hand side variable. And then the second specification is going to be running a production function, very standard in industrial economics, when it's going to be a value-added specification. I'm working on a gross output version now. When we have, in that case, 4 variables on the right-hand side, capital, capital, and then 2 types of labor, tech workers and non-tech workers. And then AI is going to be a dummy variable, and it's going to be interacted as well with the other variables. Okay, this is relatively standard as well. Of course, as has been stressed, there's a huge endogeneity issue here. Just going to try to talk about it, but I haven't addressed it yet properly. Sorry about it. All right, so that's the first regression, is the forward-looking growth rates between 2017 and 2019. And you can see that controlling for industry and the change, the growth rate of value added per worker for firms adopting AI in 2017 compared to those that don't adopt AI is 3.7% higher. And for the log of tech workers, it's actually 7.1% higher. All right, so they hire more tech workers and they become more productive in terms of value added per worker. Now you can see that there's only one star. So usually we want more stars. So which says that it's preliminary and not very, very strong, but it's still significant at the 10% level. Yeah, so you have to start somewhere, right? Yeah, and then the next specification is production function estimation. So you can see these two columns. The first one is when we pool across all industries. And as an I/O economist, you usually hate to do that because you think that the coefficient of production functions are industry specific. So you don't want to say that the coefficient of labor is the same in rubber industry than in food. But anyway, we start somewhere. And you can see that, the coefficient of labors are around 0.7 when we sum up, 0.16 for tech workers, 0.5 for non-tech workers. The coefficient of capital is around 0.3. So these are coefficients you find typically. It's around showing some kind of constant returns to scale. And then you can see that AI in itself is actually, if you look at the first column, AI and the interaction with all the other variables are not significant, right? But then if you look at the second column, that's only for Industry 62, and I told you that's the industry where you see a lot of AI adoption. Then first of all, you can see that the coefficient of tech workers is higher than for all industries, not surprisingly. You also see that the coefficient of AI in itself is not significant, but the interaction between tech workers and AI is highly significant. Well, it's significant. There are 2 stars this time. Which shows that, well, basically, AI is complementary to tech workers. So it makes tech workers more productive. Okay, and it's not too much a case for the other factors of production. Okay, so 2 limitations. First of all, this is only using 3 years of the data. Now we have 2 more years, so I can improve that. And then it's OLS, so it doesn't deal yet with the endogeneity problem. So the problem in adopting more sophisticated production function estimation techniques, such as Oli and Pecos or Ackerberg, Caves and Fraser, and other of these new technologies, is that the number of observations is quite low, and you need lagged variables as instruments and so on to adopt these techniques. So it actually reduces the sample size to an extent that the coefficient do not turn out to be any significant. Yeah, well, that's maybe too technical. Sorry about that. All right. No. Okay. So as I said, the question was, do you use AI or not? But as came out from the previous presentation, and I think from Flavio's presentation as well, is that in the latest wave that I have access to, in terms of microdata, the 2021 wave, Statistics Denmark and Eurostat countries ask more questions about AI. In particular, they ask what kind of technologies is used, for which purposes, and they ask a subjective question to firms about what do you think was the impact of AI on your company. All right, so it's kind of complementary to the empirical analysis that we're running, right? So, and then also, how was AI acquired using the company's resources, of buying it from somewhere else, or some kind of combination of the two. All right, so what do you find out about that? Well, the most common AI technologies that are used by Danish firms are technologies automating different workforce or assisting in decision-making, in particular, artificial intelligence-based software robotic process automation. And so out of the firms that decided to adopt AI, 71% of them reported to have adopted this type of technology. Machine learning for data analysis was 37% in general. But if you look at differences between Between industries, it was actually 61% in ICT industries. And then technologies performing analysis of written language, that was 34% on average, but 82% in business services. Now, what is AI used for? Well, it's mostly the most common use of AI is for the management of enterprises. And that includes data analysis, ICT security, organization of business administration processes, and then later marketing or sales. And that's especially in ICT and trade and transportation. And production processes is one of the last ones because, again, not many firms are using AI in manufacturing compared to services. But in manufacturing, of those firms reporting using AI, 28% of them were using it for production processes. Yeah. All right. Then, why does the use of AI? And so it's mostly to streamline workflows, to improve the enterprise products and services, and also it also generates greater earnings, actually, or reduction of costs. So it means that 41% of the firms reported that AI was profitable, right? Which is kind of high compared to the figure we got this morning. That was 10%. So that's much larger here. But that's. Okay, and that's the final point that I want, oh no, there are two more points I want to stress. So how did you acquire the artificial intelligence software or system that you use? So it's mostly purchasing through what we call the providers, so the disseminators. So half of them, more than half of the firms adopting AI said they bought it. They could be bought but modified. They could also use external providers to contract to develop and modify them. They could also be developed by their own employees, and that's especially true in ICT sectors, as I said. These firms are the disseminators, and so 60% of firms in ICT sectors say they were developing it within their own ranks, and that's why they need skilled workers as well. And then open source software is also used quite commonly. And by the way, these categories are not mutually exclusive. Firms can use different methods to adopt or modify AI. Okay, and last thing in terms of what came out of this 2021 survey, it was the first survey that was run after COVID. And so firms were asked, did you actually implement more investment in advanced technology or digitization as a result of COVID-19? And that includes AI, but not only AI, it can also be other type of IT solutions. And 20% of the firms said yes. And that's probably not surprising based on what we've heard and what we know as educators with the use of Zoom and other technologies. Right. All right, so complementarity with the recent contributions and how it actually fits with the previous papers that we're presenting as well. So there was, as I said, the starting point was this theoretical expectations that came from AI adoption without proper measurement. And that included some case studies. That includes a paper by Brenchloff, Sunrock, and Syverson. That was a starting point of that research project, to be clear. And then there's recent empirical evidence. There's two papers with Korean data. So the one that was presented at NBR Summer Institute a couple of years ago. No, it was not Summer Institute. It was another NBR conference that was looking at AI adoption. The one that was presenting just before that was looking at productivity and AI. The work by Flavio and co-authors and the OECD about AI diffuse and the cross-country analysis. And also there was this paper that was published as an NBR research paper, NBR working paper last week or 2 weeks ago by Esfeld, Schubert, and Zhang that is trying to look at how AI exposure is actually leading to increase in firms, abnormal firm value, if I remember well, It's more like a finance paper, but and they found some evidence of a small effect. And that's over a very short period of time. It's looking at the adoption of ChatGPT on firm value. So it's a very, very short window. But it's quite interesting. So I just read it in the plane, to be honest. But all right. So as I said, work in progress, preliminary results. I was running regression yesterday before coming. Didn't have time to show them. Better use of the panel dimension. I think it's doing the best it can now, but we have every year we get better data since we have one more wave. So hopefully we can improve that. Deal properly with the endogeneity of the production function estimation, and that's also something that can involve several dimensions. So I showed you the results with this multiplicative effect of AI dummy with the other factors, the production factor of productions. But you could also think about putting AI in law of motion of productivity, which is something that has been done for other technologies in the past, like R&D. So that would be another way to go. That's something I'm considering as well. Something that Flavio mentioned as well, and that's we're discussing for a follow-up project, and also that was stressed in the Korean data. There's this sequential process of adoption of technologies, started from computer to ERP to cloud computing, big data, and AI and robots. Yeah, and I think I'll stop there. Just two complementary, two follow-up projects as well, which is looking at how COVID as well has contributed to change in workforce composition, in particular to the fact that it led to additional investment in new technologies. So COVID being like a trigger of change in workforce composition, or structural change as it's been described as well. And then relationship with international trade decisions, such as offshoring. Yeah, all right, I think I'll stop here. I haven't been timing myself as well, but.
Thank you very much, Fred. That was excellent. So we have some time for questions. Yeah, Avi?
Hi, really interesting. Thanks. So just looking at the data and the analysis you did, you presented the OLS results because you said you didn't have enough data to do the others and still get significance. My preference, I don't know if this is a universal preference, but I think it's moving this way in economics, is to show the unbiased results. And if you don't have significance, that's fine. We at least know what the distribution looks like. You're going to give us standard errors. The AER doesn't even show stars anymore for your regressions. So, because OLS has so many biases in terms of thinking about it as a productivity production function that who knows how to interpret it.
So. Totally fair, totally fair. Actually, I have some results. Nothing is significant because I don't have enough observations, but I didn't want to show it. And I'm working on it because every extra wave of data that I get, I have more observations, and eventually I will get there. But so far, I don't have anything. Well, if you look at the first difference estimation with value added per worker, that's actually, I think it's relatively unbiased in terms of, I mean, it's a different diff that is worth what it is, but it can be improved as well. But I think that's circumvents a little bit of the endogeneity. But for the production function estimation, I totally agree with you. It's part of my research agenda. I've been spending most of my time working on that. So yeah, I feel a bit ashamed to present that, but but thanks for stressing that. It's totally fair. Yeah.
Any more questions? Tim?
Yeah, you mentioned a possible COVID effect in the adoption of AI in your data, where we saw that jump. What do you think the mechanism for that is? Why do you think that there was a jump in the adoption of AI? Was it a demand-side shock or a supply-side shock?
All right. So yeah. think it's mostly supply. Yeah, and so it's basically firms sending their employees home and trying to have a better way of, a better way to coordinate their actions, right? And I think that's what everybody has been doing. And at the same time, realizing that by doing that, they can actually possibly work better and improve some other dimensions of their operations as well. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, I still need to dig more into. But that's probably the way I'm thinking of it. And that's also talking with companies and yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just one more point. There's also a policy dimension here. So this work is conducted with Statistics Denmark, but also we've been talking with the Ministry of Employment in Denmark and the Ministry of Business Affairs. And so we are collaborating with them as well, and they are designing policies to help promoting AI and robots adoption in Denmark. And we are trying to evaluate their policies as well. So we're working together with them. And so these results are also useful in that dimension, even though, as we said, it's very preliminary. So we have to do a better job, right? That's it.
Super. Well, thanks, Fred. We'll give him a round of applause again. Thank you. So we're going to have a couple of remarks from Yong Kim from Kiet that's going to wrap up this session and the live stream.
Okay, greetings. My name is Yong Kim. I'm an associate research fellow at Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade. Our president would really wanted to be here today, but he couldn't due to conflict of schedule. So I'm going to be making remarks on his behalf. So first of all, I would like to take a moment to thank everyone who has joined us today, both in person and online, for attending seminar in Big Data, AI, and Policy. So I'd like to thank Professor Avi Goldfarb for his insightful keynote address, and also all the presenters sharing keen research and interesting insights. And of course, this seminar would not have happened without support of the World Bank and the Georgetown Center for Business and Public Policy. So we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to both World Bank and Georgetown Center for Business and Public Policy, and especially to the organizing committee. So today we have explored a broad spectrum on topics of AI and big data. And we have learned how big data and AI are starting to change how firm operates and how they make decisions, and how to implement them ultimately. And I hope that you found this seminar engrossing, as I did, and that it has helped you better understand the role of AI and big data that are playing in the world of economics. So as we've seen today, big data and AI are changing the way the firm operate, and we're not quite there yet, but these revolutionary technologies will surely enable firms to make better decisions and increase their productivity and competitiveness. And there will be much more research to be done on this front. However, it is important to note that there are also some challenges related to with the use of AI and big data. And I think a common concern will be how AI applications are displacing jobs and tasks carried out by humans. And we need to have frank conversation and discussions on these issues as we move forward with the adoption of these revolutionary technologies. So AI and big data will doubtlessly play a key role and significant role in both our everyday lives and the world economy. And with many exciting and potentially revolutionary applications of big data and AI yet to emerge. So the scope of potential research on the impact of these technologies on the economy is staggering. So given the immense significance of these technologies, our institute have decided to make this seminar an annual event. And our institution, the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, will host next year in Seoul. The Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, or KIET, is a government-affiliated policy think tank and Korea's premier institution for pioneering research on industrial, innovation, and trade policy. So KIET has, as you've seen today, KIET has extensively studied the adoption of AI by Korean firms, and we have at the vanguard of contemporary policy research on AI and digitization of industries. So we are eager to continue and expand upon vibrant discussion held today, next year in Korea. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all who attended today. I'm looking forward to the findings of cutting-edge research on new applications of AI and big data next year. Finally, I encourage you to continue exploring the world of AI and big data and to stay engaged with the latest developments in this exciting field. Together, we can continue to unlock the full potential of these technologies and create a better future for all. I hope to see many of you again in Seoul next year. Thank you.
So thank you for that. If we could stop the live stream.